Testing 1, 2. Hopefully you can hear me. I need someone to let me know if they can hear me. I've been having problems with this computer today. I don't know if people can hear me because I got my mic plugged in, but it's been acting strange. Videos, I'm trying to do lives, phone, computer, everything is acting weird. So I know that my channel is. Oh, good. Okay, Mark, welcome. Welcome to the live. Just wanted to do a live because I wanted to see if my tech stuff is working because I'm all my stuff is acting weird. My computer, my microphone, my phone, everything is acting up. But all is well in Tanzania, Africa. Decided to do a quick live, talk about how the flights are being paused, specifically to Africa, y'all. The flights to Africa are being paused. So, you know, if you have a flight, before you decide, just go ahead and call before you leave the house to go to the airport. And then you find out that the flight was changed, delayed, or whatever, rescheduled, delayed, and all that. So I don't know how long flights are going to be on pause or going to be delayed coming out this way. Because most people that come out this way, especially to Tanzania, they have to go through the Middle East. And so the airspace in the Middle East is closed. So I don't know what the status is. If there is someone that's listening to the stream and they are scheduled to come, the airspace in the Middle East is not available. I think it's closed. I think Doha closed the airspace, and where they closed in the Middle East. A lot of people fly Qatar to Tanzania, and Qatar Doha is in the Middle East, and that's where Iran was shooting up trying to shoot the military, the U.S. base in Qatar, and a lot of people take Qatar. It's called Qatar, but we say Qatar, but it's Qatar. So I don't know if the flights are being rerouted, or I won't know unless someone says that their flight has been rerouted. I know a lot of people had some flights to come this way to Tanzania. So I wanted to do this video just to see if anybody have any updates on their flight. Was it paused for indefinite? I mean, how long is the pause, and is it being rescheduled or what? So it looks like the U.S. airlines are pausing flights out, in the U.S. Airspace. And I saw a video earlier. Someone said the airports was totally empty. So thank you, Leah, FJM, welcome into the live. Mark Coleman, welcome into the live. Yeah. From Washington, D.C., want to visit. Things are crazy here for our people. I know. Yeah, they are. It is cray, fam. And, when we do our videos over here, people always say, oh, you trying to instill fear. You trying to fearmonger. You trying to do this. No, we were trying to warn and prepare you for times such as this, for what's going on right now. We were trying to warn you about this. So not trying to scare you, but just trying to help you, encourage you to prepare, because we knew that things would be not okay eventually, because, we just knew it. So now, hopefully people have passports and everything. And I know a couple of people had tickets. They had flights to come here. And a lot of the flights were out of the Middle East. So they fly from JFK, Dallas, what is the other? Chicago, JFK, and fly to Doha if they took Qatar. But I know the American, United, and Delta, they pause flights. I don't know about Kenyan Airways, Ethiopia. I don't know about those. So yeah, flights are being paused, and people have flights to leave. People have flights to leave, and I just hope that people are not getting stuck out. They have flights to come and they're not getting stuck. So if all fails, they may have to change their flight to another location or destination. there are some flights that come directly, like I think to Ghana and South Africa. They can do a direct flight. See, with Tanzania, there's no direct flights. So you have to like go somewhere else to another country to come to Tanzania. They don't have any direct flights. And so Mark said, I've been speaking about it for, need to. Yes, Mark, you need to. I've been here telling people they need to, at least come visit. Like, of course, I'm not trying to encourage you to leave and do something that you're not prepared to do. But at the same time, we're ringing the alarm. We're trying to advise you that things are going to get bad. And you can kind of see right now how things are going and not going too well right now. Let's see. Yeah, they're not going too well right now. So I'm just on here. Hi, Asha. Hi, Asha. Welcome into the live stream. I just decided to do a live stream because I know a lot of flights are paused, and people have flights coming here. Like, I've talked to several people that I'm coming in 2 weeks. I'm coming in 3 weeks. I'm coming in a month. I'm coming. Now what? Flights are being paused. The Middle East airspace is not available for flights because of the shooting of Iran. Shooting at the U.S. military base in Qatar and in the Middle East. So flights are being, paused right now. And I know people trying to get out. They're trying to get out of that place. There's too much going on. They're trying to leave. So people may have to go somewhere else. Don't forget, family, to like, thumbs up. People may have to go someplace else, So I don't know what we can do. I mean, I do feel bad, but I don't know what else we can do besides wait. Let's see, edit. Oh no, I don't want to do that. Yeah, so I am here if you have any questions, but I'm feeling like, man, timing is not good right now because people are trying to get out of that place before all hell breaks loose for real, for real. Y'all know hell gonna be breaking loose soon. Because we got some people running the country that's not mature. They're not making wise decisions and not considering the citizens' lives and what's at stake and innocent lives and just making frivolous decisions. Rerouting of a lot of flights. Yes, Asha. Yes, that's what I was thinking because they were saying pausing flights and closing airspaces in certain places. That's why I'm like, if you could get a direct flight, like if you wanted to, like if they cancel, because that's what happened to me. Okay, so during COVID, they canceled my flight. I had a flight from JFK to South Africa, and then during COVID, all the countries were closed except for Tanzania. So I called the airline and I asked them if they could change my ticket to Tanzania since it was open, and they did it, and that's how I ended up here. And I've been here 5 years next month. I fell in love with the place. So, but they did reroute. They rescheduled my flight from South Africa into Tanzania, and so the same thing might happen with some people. If they're planning on coming to Tanzania, they may have to fly into, like, they may have to, if they can ask, if they can reschedule their flight to like Ghana or to like South Africa, because they got direct flights to Ghana and South Africa. And then from there, you can try to get a domestic flight that's in the on the continent to Tanzania. So like, Ethiopian, Kenyan Airways, I think they said Zambia. Zambia has a airline that flies from Zambia to South Africa, and Zambia it borders Tanzania. So it's ways that you can reschedule if the area that you're going in is the airspace is closed, or the flight is paused because it's going that way. Instead of you waiting on them trying to figure out how to reroute it, you can advise, or you can ask them, could they change your flight? Can you change my flight? Instead of me going to Tanzania, could you change it to Ghana, or could you change it to South Africa? I would say South Africa, especially if you want to come to Tanzania, because you can get a flight from South Africa to one of the bordering countries in, close to Tanzania, whether it's Kenya, whether it's Zambia, whether it's Uganda, Rwanda, because 6 countries border Tanzania. So at least if you get to South Africa, they got transportation back and forth flights that go from South Africa to East Africa, South Africa to East Africa. West Africa don't have a lot of flights that comes on the east side of Africa. If you're trying to be like Kenya, Tanzania, you ain't gonna be able to fly into Ghana and get over here. So I would say fly into South Africa if you have to. If you have a flight scheduled to come to Tanzania and it's been paused, or they're trying to reschedule it, make sure you make that recommendation and ask them, can you change it? So you don't have to sit and wait for them to try to figure out how to get you where you need to be. You can just go, see if they'll let you go to South Africa. At least you'll be on the continent. At least you'll be out of America. That's the goal. Get out of that place. It's too much going on right now. Even if you come here until things calm down, I don't know if things are going to calm down. I don't know how much better it'll be, but it's an option for you to have another place to go that's safer than being there. So if you can look into that, hopefully everybody has passports already, because someone was saying, somebody posted on one of my videos that the post office pulled the passports. The post office pulled the passport applications. And so I'm like, so I'm hoping that the people who want to travel, they at least got their passports, because if not, it's going to be very difficult to try to get one at this point. Yeah, Asha, I figured that some would be totally canceled. Some would be, but you can make a recommendation to them, because the thing is, they're not looking at what you want to do. They're not looking at that you're trying to just get out, right? People are just trying to get out. Yes, they want to come to Tanzania or Kenya or whatever, but they're just trying to get out. So you have to be the one to call. If they cancel your flight and they can give you a credit, then you can ask them, can you just change my location, like change my destination? Instead of me going to Tanzania, I want to go to South Africa, somewhere. Just get somewhere on a continent. And if you want to come to the east side of Africa, it's best to get here. You can easily get here through Southern Africa. So whether you go to South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, somewhere down South Africa, then you can get to the east easily. But if you go on the west side, or west Africa, on the west, Ghana, Nigeria, you have to stay on that side, because it's going to be difficult for you to get transportation on the continent to the east side of Africa, because the flights don't go back and forth from west to east Africa. Somebody should do this, but they don't do that right now. Most people, if they're in West Africa, and they have to go outside the country to get back to come back to the east side. They don't have no direct flights from like Ghana to Kenya. They should have direct flights from west to east, but they don't. So it's best to just, if you trying to get to Tanzania, there's no direct flights. So you're trying to get to Kenya, they may have some direct flights, but you may have to go to other countries, other European countries. And I was trying to have people to avoid going to European countries. Rockabye Baby passport applications haven't been available at the post office for years. Oh, like so many things that have gone digital. They are available online. The applications were available at the post office because some people went to the post office and got applications. So they were at the post office, and I had talked to someone in the last couple of months that got one from the post office. But like the lady said in my video, the lady said that they pulled them off at the post office. They pulled them. They had paper applications. They still had them at the post office. Now they don't. So that was a convenient way. Yeah, they have it online, but a lot of people was feeling more comfortable going to the post office, filling it out, and letting them do it. So I guess online, but I'm sure that online that's going to take quite a bit of time trying to fill out a passport online. If they allow you to do it, because now, POTUS don't want nobody leaving. He need people. He need bodies to send to war, especially the young people. 18 to 39. So yeah, it's really, really not okay. The way things are going. So yeah, it's easy for people to say get out, but people may not have passports, and if you had a flight scheduled already, then you have a chance to call and try to get it rescheduled. Now the airports here over in America, I think that they're grounded too because of the alert, the security alert. So flights might not even be leaving out of the U.S. right now. Everything might just be grounded right now. I don't know how long it's going to be grounded because Iran, they ain't no time limit. It's no time limit to, ain't no time limit to what they're going to do. If they're going to do something, it's no time limit. So people can't fly at all no more. I don't understand. I guess the closest thing some people might have to do is if they're trying to get out, Mexico and Canada, but they ain't good with the US right now. So people might be getting mistreated and stuff. And yeah, I don't know, fam. I don't know how we gonna do this. Okay, Rockabye baby, just download it, print it out, fill it out, and return it to the post office. Okay, hopefully they still got them online though. Have you checked online lately to see if they still got them online? Because the way they trying to, they need people, and I feel like they don't really want people to be leaving. Low key, they don't want people to be leaving low key. Exactly, Marie. That's next to sending people. Exactly. Drafting people, trying to draft people, because a lot of our people like we ain't got nothing to do with that. But that don't mean that they won't try to force and make somebody, if they don't want to go, and try to lock somebody up and do kind of stuff like it's just yeah, it's but I hate, I don't want to say I told people so, but I've been saying this for the last 5 years, fam. I've been come outside, I was saying come to Africa, but I know people was like, oh, I don't have the money or this or that. But now look what's going on. Now you kind of living in uncertainty right now. And a lot of people was like, we ran and all this different stuff. We cowards and we ran. I'm somewhere safe. I mean, I wasn't gonna be one trying to go to no wars, fight no wars anyway. Because they said that they can make women go fight too if they get hard up enough. They can make women fight too. I ain't going to no war with these folks, and I'm not going to jail for these folks. So I knew I needed to leave because I wasn't okay with the way they operate. I don't like I never liked the way politics operated in the U.S. I don't like how they treated us, one, and two, I didn't like the politics because it's dirty. All of them dirty, both sides dirty. And I think they all friends, they all buddies, and it's just a whole big game. They play with people's lives. They play with people's lives. You can email me. Let me give you my email address. Mark Coleman. I already put it in, but I'll do it again. Email me at Diaspora Connect. Diaspora Connect 0@gmail.com. I just put my email address in there. Email me and yeah, we can chat. So yeah, I feel bad about what's going on for my people. That's the only my people the only ones I'm worried about, because our people didn't, we didn't do nothing. We ain't involved in this. We innocent. We watching. They doing everything to control how things end up for us. Well, I already know they can't control it, but they're trying to tell people you got to go to war. Just make you do this. You got to do this, and yeah, I don't trust them. I don't trust them at all. I don't trust them at all. And Mark, I'll also give you information about Kenya too, because a lot of people going to Kenya too. Because Kenya has a digital nomad visa, resident permit. I mean, so you can get a permit if you doing things online, working online, making money online. That's one thing Tanzania don't have right now is a nomad permit, or so you can stay and work online. They don't have that yet. Hopefully they'll add it, because a lot of us do work and have businesses. We do things online, and that would be a lot easier for people to get residency permits that way. Because right now here in Tanzania, you got to be like an investor, some kind of investor, to get a residency permit, unless you're retirement age and you're retired, or you get monies and college, in school, got kids in school or college, you possibly get student visas or whatever. But with everything that's going on now, I can foresee things getting probably a little tougher for us. Everywhere we try to go as U.S. citizens, it's probably going to be a little tougher for us, unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately. That's why I try to, as much as I want to travel other places, I'm staying put. I ain't trying to be going to nobody's country, because they might be nice when they see you on a continent going all, they see you, oh, they like you, but then they see that passport, fam. They see that blue passport, yeah. The niceness might go out the window when they see their passport. Oh, I ain't trying to be, yeah. I mean, it might not affect, because a lot of the African countries do know who we are, and they know how we've been treated, and they know that we're mistreated as well as Afro descendants. So I pray that they consider that when we come to them borders. Like, it ain't got nothing to do with us. We innocent in the whole thing. We just trying to get somewhere safe. Okay, Wilson Jean, show that you have a monthly income or annual income equal or more than okay to be qualified to have retirement visa. In what country, Wilson Jean? Is this in Kenya that you're talking about? Because I know people that make less than that got one. Oh, for the year. Okay. I'm thinking. Okay. Wilson G. I was thinking that was in a month. I was like, man. Okay, for the year, that makes sense. Oh, in Kenya it's easier. Okay, okay. So I heard in Kenya it's easier, but at least if you get here to Tanzania, you next door, you can go back and forth. That's an option that we have as well. That if something happens here, we can go over there. Something happened over there, we can go over here. And one good thing about Tanzania is 6 countries border Tanzania. So we have options: Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Malawi, Zambia. So you got kind of like options when you're in East Africa. I think you got options too when you in South Africa too. They got the Botswana, Namibia, Lesotho. Then you got South Africa. So, but I think East Africa have more options of countries closer because you got 6 just by itself bordering Tanzania. So a little bit more options. But I know Kenya is the big draw. A lot of people are going to Kenya. So, family, don't forget to like, thumbs up. Excuse me. So, yeah, I've been so concerned about this, y'all. I'm just, yeah. Because I knew it was going to get kind of like this, but I just didn't think it was going to happen. I said this in my last live. I just didn't think it was going to happen so soon. I felt like maybe we had to like the end of the year. So I was trying to encourage people, if you at least want to come to visit, just to check it out, see what it's like, try to, go ahead and get your stuff together and get your ticket just before the end of the year. And now this happened. And so I'm like, I didn't think it was going to happen so soon. But then you never know how things are gonna go, Never know how things are gonna go. That's why, family, I left when I did in 2020, because even in 2020, COVID had just hit, and I was uncertain. I didn't know. I was like, I don't want to be around. I don't want to be in places where I felt like I didn't feel safe in the U.S. I felt like people was gonna get sick there, and for some reason, I don't know. I felt my spirit that Africa was gonna be okay. I felt like I felt like Africans their body is strong. So I felt like they're going to be okay. They're not going to get sick like that. And it's crazy because that's exactly what happened, especially here in Tanzania. People wasn't really sick, but people in the West was falling down, especially, in the European ones. I mean, they body weak anyway, but they was falling down like crazy. And I just didn't want to be in an environment like that. So that's why I was trying to run. When I left, I was running just like this is happening now. I was feeling like back in 2020 that it was gonna get like this. So I was like hurrying up, trying to hurry up and leave, so I can be here in Tanzania. And the country, the only one that was open, and nobody was sick. I was here. The media was trying to lie and say people were sick here. Nobody was sick, and nobody was passing away. Everybody was at the beach together, eating out the same plate. Nobody was sick. It was just like normal. The world, everybody was shut down except for us here. It was like we was an island by ourselves. And that's another reason I think I fell in love with Tanzania, because it was just like, it was like the only heaven, the only haven. And everybody else was dying all around, but we was good. It's like the air was fresh, the food was fresh, everything was like healthy and healing to the body and everything. But everybody else, if you look on the TV and everything, everybody else was like falling down, So I was like, yeah, I'm staying right here. And that kind of helped to encourage me to really love this country even more. And of course, Magufuli, I really, really liked him. He's kind of why I wanted to come here, because he stood for something. He was like, what's his name? Captain Ibrahim Traore. He give me that same spirit, that fighting spirit, that because he was so smart. He was one of the smartest presidents. Physics, like he was very intelligent, and so he knew what was going on. He knew the truth, and I like that. I was like, yeah, I feel safe under a leader like that. I want to be under a leader that is intelligent, and they know, they understand stuff. And then I really would prefer to be under a leader that's Black. That's just me. I want to be in a country where the leader is Black. So basically an African country or a Caribbean country, but not a wicked one, not a sellout one. I want to be under a righteous leader. Somebody that, hey sis, hey Golden Brown. That's right, sis. We were all partying and having a good. Yes, we were. In 2020, we had so much fun. It was so many of us here too. That was so. I think that was a first large group of Black America or Black Diaspora actually, because it was people from Jamaica, Black British, U.S. Every place. I met a sister from the Netherlands. It was like African people from everywhere was in Tanzania, and we was partying. We was having a good time. Nobody was sick. Nobody was falling down. Nobody was coughing. It was nice. And I think that's what keeps me here too, because this place is special. I don't know what it is. Ever since that happened, I just been drawn to Tanzania. It's a very spiritual place to me, and it's I feel safe. This was like my safe haven. Like when COVID, people, people was dying and all this and all this, it wasn't going on here, fam. You don't understand that. It wasn't going on here. So I feel like this is a safe country. I feel like it was set aside just for us to be safe here, like a safe haven for us, So I just been feeling that way ever since. When I'm here, I feel totally safe. I feel safer here than I have ever felt in the U.S. I never felt really safe in the U.S. And now, not only because of the possible war, but even before that, with the food and the water and the race soldiers, I just always felt unsafe, very unsafe in the U.S. I know Golden Brown. I know that's right. Ain't nothing like TZ. And a lot of people, they come here and they complain. They didn't like it. And that's okay. It's not for everybody, family. But for me, I don't have a bad words to say. And I'm not just saying it because I want to be online just saying good stuff all the time. Some bad things has happened, but not as bad as what I compared to what I went through in the U.S. With the COVID thing. We didn't have that here. With the race soldier thing, we don't have race soldier stuff here. With the unaliving that you have in America almost every day, you don't have that here. I can count on my hands, family, the number of people that I know that have passed away since I've been in here, and it haven't been more. I can count on one hand. It's been not even been 5 people that I known that have passed away here. You don't be hearing stuff like that. Don't be even happening here. And if it does, maybe it'll be all over. People will be talking about it, but it's safe. And it's like they have humanity. Like they care about life. They care about each other. They value life. They value babies. They value animals. Like they don't even like to hurt animals. They don't even like to kill bugs like we do. We come from the West and we move here to Africa. We got our bug spray. We trying to kill spiders and everything else. They don't be wanting us to kill no animals. Like they just have such a level of humanity that I love so much that it's not like that in the States. And yes, in the States is more convenient. It has a lot of conveniences, but the level of humanity is gone. It's like people are so desensitized to murdering, unaliving. People are desensitized in the U.S. to unaliving, just unaliving every day. And I'm over here and I'm watching it from over here and I see it constantly. And I'm like, people get desensitized to that when it happens so much. I just don't want to be in an environment like that, So that's why I left. Next month, it'll be 5 years that I've been here in Tanzania next month. And yeah, I'm grateful. Especially what's going on now with the new administration in the U.S. I'm so grateful that I am not there. But I do pray for my family over there because I just want them all to come out. I just want, even if they don't come here, I just want them to go somewhere else. Lately, I've been telling people, you don't have to come to Africa, but just leave, go somewhere else closer. Like my sister, she just moved to Panama. So I was so happy. I'm super happy she got out. I just want my family to get out. They can go to Panama. They can go to Barbados. They can go to the Caribbean somewhere. They can go to Jamaica. Just get out of the U.S. That's all I want for my family, just to get out of the U.S. And so that's what I have been encouraging people to do. And, sometimes I get FBAs coming here saying that, I'm running off and I'm being like, a coward, this and that. But at the same time, I'm a woman, one, and I'm not fighting. I'm not trying to fight for that country. Stop it. Them people be killing us from day one since we came over on the slave ships. They've been killing our ancestors and us and everything else. And only reason we're alive is by the grace of the Father, the one who our maker, who created us. That's the only reason we're still alive. And if I have a choice to leave, heck yeah, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave. And that's what I did. And no, I didn't have a lot of money. No, I wasn't rich. I didn't even have a good plan. I'm not even gonna lie. I moved spontaneously, or I moved really without a plan. I had an idea. I had some ideas, and a lot of us, we got ideas. I had an idea about what I wanted to do, but I didn't have a plan. But as I was here, when I realized that a certain idea didn't work, I just changed gears and said, well, I'm gonna do this. And then if that didn't work, well, I think I'm gonna do this. So I just, as I was here, living here and seeing how things work, I start coming up with ideas and plans of, I could do this. How do I do this to survive, to make money, to do this, to that. I did eventually get a 401k money though. So I had something, but I didn't get it at first. I got it after I quit my job, because I quit my job in December of 2020. So I got here in July of 2020. And I quit my job in December 2020. So that whole time from July to December, I was still getting paid. It wasn't full pay. It was only 60% of my pay, but that was still good for here. I was just saving it. And then when I quit my job, I think I said this in a couple of other videos. I got my 401k. I had been saving my 401k. And because of COVID, they released it to me. But before COVID, they told me they told me I couldn't use that money unless I bought a house. So what I was going to do is I was going to move to Africa, come visit. And that's why I had the 2 weeks, because I was going to come visit and I was going to try to see if I could buy like a house here. I didn't even know the laws and I didn't know anything when I got here. So of course, I couldn't do anything yet because I had to figure out how things operate, how things work here. I didn't know nothing about Tanzania. I didn't know T shillings. I didn't know what else? Kiswahili. I didn't know none of that stuff. And so I didn't know any of the laws. And did I know about the visa? I'm trying to think. Okay. Oh, I did know that we had to get a multi-entry visa. I think, did I know that? I'm trying to think. Did I know that? Nope, I didn't even know that, fam. I knew that we didn't need vaccinations to come here. That's all I knew. I knew that we didn't need vaccinations to come here, but I didn't know about the multi-entry visa that you get when you come here and you pay $100. I had money, so I had money to pay it. They just told me what to do when I got here. So I filled out that little form, when you get here, that little surveillance form, you fill out where you staying, and I had already booked my hotel. So I had all that information. I put it on that little, the little form they give you. And then I was staying for 2 weeks. I had 2-week vacation, but I had a 2-week return ticket. So, they asked me how long I was staying. I was like, I'm staying for 2 weeks. And then they asked me where I was staying. And then I wrote on a piece of paper where I was staying. I had the address of the hotel I was staying in. And I wrote that down. And I think I had the guy, I asked the people at the hotel if they could send a driver to pick me up. How long does it, Marie says, how long does it take to get an apartment, and how long can you stay in a hotel? You stay in a hotel as long as you want. First of all, when you get here on a U.S. passport, you got 90 days to be here. So that's a good thing, because you got 3 months. You got time to, to get a feel of everything and just get your relax and stuff, right? So that's good. So when it comes to a hotel, you stay at a hotel as long as you can pay for it. You stay as long as you can pay for it. You can afford to pay for it. Apartment, you just have to start when you get here. You start looking for an apartment. They got different places, ways that you can find an apartment. They got Instagram now. You got rentals on Instagram. It's expensive. It's like U.S. prices, so I wouldn't go that route. But you can still look and see what the apartments look like. They got a website you can go to. They got word of mouth, like me, whoever else you might know here. You connect with them, and then they could try to ask around and see if some people got rentals. So it's basically when you get here, boots on the ground, then you could just start looking, and you can start meeting people, and you just start going to different places to see if people got rentals. It's not hard to find a rental. It's not hard to find a rental. If you're looking for a specific stuff, it might be a little bit more difficult. But if you just want a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom or something like that, it shouldn't be that difficult. If you want like a house, it shouldn't be that difficult. So it's not hard to find rentals. And like I said, hotel, you stay as long as you want. I usually tell people to just reserve a short amount of time at a hotel, because hotels are expensive. It's not as expensive as the U.S., but it's still expensive. It's expensive here. Why spend unnecessary money? So I would say, I usually tell people when I consult with them, and I'm giving y'all a little bit. I can't give you too much because folks be paying for this information. But I usually tell people to stay in a hotel for the first few days only because hotels have everything you need. They got water, they got hot water, they got a generator, and they got food. Those 3 things. When you first come over here from the U.S., you need those things because you're not used to living without those things. So a hotel got all those. If you get like an Airbnb, or if you get someplace else, it might not have hot water. The toilet might not flush right. They might not have a generator. When the power go out, you be in the dark. And then also in hotels, a lot of them, they at least know some English. And then if you're at a hotel, they got food. They got like a restaurant. So you don't have to worry about, I don't know Swahili. I can't go get me no food. I can't find out where the grocery store is. There are a lot of people that speak English around the peninsula in certain areas. So if you first get here, you want to be in those areas, unless you know somebody. If you know somebody, then you can, they'll like, say for instance, if you connect with me or whatever, right? And then you come, I can meet with you, and then I could take you wherever you need to go for the phone or for this, and the grocery store, and show you different places where they speak English. And then you learn where it is. You go on your own grocery store, this, that, get everything you need, and they understand you. But sometimes you need somebody that's already here that can kind of show you a little bit of stuff before you just be like left by yourself. Some people do it. They come here. You just need make sure you have your app, your Uber app on your phone, so you can get a ride. And then they come here and they just stay in like the international areas. If you do that, you'll still be fine. You might pay a lot for your hotels, because those areas, the hotels and stuff, is kind of pricey. And Airbnbs, some people do that. I don't trust it because sometimes what it look like online, it don't look like when you go to the Airbnb. Or sometimes it be a different place online on the Airbnb. Will look like a certain place, and then when you get there, it's not the same place. So I don't trust it, y'all. I don't trust it. So I tell people, come here and look at it before you spend like all this money on Airbnb and then find out it's not like the picture. It don't have no sink. Because when I first got here, right, I was with a family, and we rented an Airbnb before we moved into the place we was renting, the house we was going to live in. The Airbnb, we paid for like a week. When we got to the Airbnb, it was nice, but it wasn't the one that was in the picture. And guess what? and it had no kitchen sink. It was nice though. It was nice. It had a counter. See, because locals could live with certain things without certain things, right? But when we went in there, it was no, of course, it was no stove or whatever, and we can buy. It had the hot plate. That's okay, but it was no kitchen sink. So guess what? We had to wash our dishes in the bathroom sink. The good thing is it had a bathroom right off the kitchen, so it had a sink in there. So we would have to wash our dishes and stuff in the bathroom sink. So this is stuff I'm talking about. Because the picture of the house we went to wasn't the one in the picture that we booked for the Airbnb. So it's good to look at it before you spend your money. Because you might get something, So I tell people that. But that's just my little tip to some people. Some people, everybody got their little, like when you consult with different people, they got different things that they tell you based on their experience. And I've been here long enough, and I've experienced a lot. And then I know people who've experienced stuff. So I compile the information of what I experienced, what I noticed, and what other people experienced friends of mine or whatever. And then when I talk to people and I consult with them, I give them kind of like a compiled list, a list of like what to look for with certain things at certain times. When it comes to like rentals, when it comes to when you first get here, what to eat, certain things you shouldn't eat. Like if you eat street food, you should only eat cooked food. You shouldn't eat nothing else. No fruits, no salads, only because that stuff been sitting out. And then people cutting on your fruit stuff on the street. You don't know if those utensils clean. So to be on a safe side, to keep your stomach from, you from getting like typhoid or something, just eat meat. If you're gonna eat on street food, eat stuff that was cooked on the grill, like meats, like fish, chicken, beef. You see them cooking it on a grill, that's cooked. So you ain't gonna get sick. But if you got food that been sitting out, how long, you gotta be careful. You can eat chipsies too. Shalom, Mother Africa be calling. Welcome into the live stream. It's good that you done made it out of the U.S. I think you still on the continent. You got out of there. You had good timing when you got out, because people getting stuck now. But yeah, so those are the type of things that I tell people with the food. You don't want to eat fruit and stuff that been sitting outside of the refrigerator. Like I said, you can eat chips like French fries. Yes, brother, you got out in the nick of time. But so that's what I don't see, little stuff like that some people don't know when they first come to the continent from the US. Yes, all praises to the Most High. Hallelujah. These are different things I tell people, just for your safety sake, for your so you won't get sick. And even with the mosquitoes, I advise people what they can use, if they shouldn't be outside by the water, this. Like I give them all these little personal pointers and tips just to try to keep them from being sick, from being exposed to too many mosquitoes. Because you might get bit, but you can minimize your exposure to mosquitoes if you do certain things, or if you go certain places at certain times, or if you don't go certain places at certain times. Believe me, I know. I've had malaria 4 times. This is the only year that I didn't get it, and I'm going on 5 years, but every year I got malaria. I've had it 4 times for the 4 years I have been here, and then I'm going the 5th year and I didn't get it. Only because, I ain't gonna say only because, but I think that I haven't really gotten it this time because I have neem trees in my yard. So I drink neem tea, maybe like once a month, I'll drink neem tea. And mosquitoes don't like neem because it's bitter. They don't like bitter stuff. For me, I when we first come from the West, our blood is sweet and we eat a lot of sugar. So they're going to bite you. They're going to probably be really attracted to you. They don't bite the locals like that because the locals don't eat sweets. They don't eat sweets like we do. So they could be outside and all this. They don't really get bit, but us, we do. So, also, you have to kind of change your diet too. You have to try to get rid of the sugars and try to eat more like natural sweet. If you like sweets, just eat like pineapples, dates, eat natural sweet stuff, not like cakes and cookies, candy, stuff like that. You don't want to eat that because mosquitoes going to be tearing you up if you be outside. So, yes, little stuff like that is what I kind of share with people. So it's more than just the general stuff that you see when people go online and look for when they want to come, or they look at some videos and people give them just general information. Sometimes people say, I don't have to pay for a consultation. I could just go online. But some little details, like some of the stuff I just mentioned to you, everybody don't know that type of stuff, and they could avoid maybe getting sick, maybe getting the runs, your stomach, because it's easy to get your stomach, but it's like typhoid. It's easy to get something serious like that, because in the States, if you get a stomach bug, you can just like go to sleep. You can eat certain things and you'll be fine. But here, typhoid, you can die from that, just like you can die from malaria if it's not treated. So if you can try to avoid those type of things, it would be like better. So you won't come right away and then you get sick. Especially if you're only here for 2 weeks, you don't want to be sick for a whole week. You got the runs for a whole week, or you got malaria for, so it's good to know these things to avoid at least that part. Of course, everybody knows about the overcharging. Yes, 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 the neem tea, Mother Africa be calling you. And only drink it like maybe once a month. Don't drink it too much, because you're not supposed to, it can mess up one of your organs. I don't know. You're not supposed to drink it every day. It's like a medicine. So just maybe like once a month. But if you are sick, you drink it every day. So say for instance, if you feel like your throat is scratchy, or you feel like some cold symptoms, of course you got to check and make sure you don't have malaria, because neem is not a cure for malaria, because if you get malaria, you got to take the medicine. But if it's an avoid, it's a preventative. It's preventative. So just make sure that you drink it once a month. You can even maybe drink it once a week, and then just get down to like 1 week, and then the next week 1 day, and then once a month. But just don't drink it every day. And also incorporate, if you got like fresh, like us in our yard, we got neem, we got soursop leaves. We don't have soursop fruit, but we got the leaves. It's kind of weird. We got a soursop tree with leaves, but not the fruit. And then we got basil. So sometimes I switch it up. So I'll drink like basil tea one day, and then like 1 week, and then I might drink like soursop tea, and then I might neem. So you can just switch it up, but just make sure you incorporate these different teas, because they're preventative, because it's not sweet, it's bitter. So mosquitoes don't like that. So, and they can smell your blood. They can smell your blood. That's what attracts them to you. So if you got that neem, get rid of that sugar, they won't bite you as much. Yeah. What do you do when you get malaria? You got to take pills. What I do, since I done had it 4 times, I keep the medicine in my, it's like a medicine chest. So I keep the pills on my dresser. I take 3. You got to take 3 doses. So 2 pills for 3 days. So morning, night for 3 days. So it's the 3-day dose. They have some others. I think it's like a 2-day dose, but you got to take 3 pills in 1 day. And for me, that's too much medicine. I would prefer to just do the 2 pills in 3 days, 1 in the morning and at night. And then, take in the morning, at night, eat a little something or whatever. And yeah, after that, you good. But if you get it and you do that after that, then go ahead and drink you some neem tea once a month. Just start drinking it once a month, and you won't be getting it. Because I haven't got malaria in a long time, and I'm like, it's because of that tea that I'm drinking it. And what else? See, these are the type of this is the type of information that I be sharing with people when I do consultations. And so even though they pay, and I charge 60 USD for like 60 minutes or 1 hour, but if I give them stuff that, not just general stuff. Everybody know the general stuff, but I give them detailed stuff about living here, and detailed stuff about functioning here, and detailed stuff about to avoid sicknesses, and to avoid being in situations that overcharge, and everybody know about that. But sometimes you got to give them, like, I'll give them pointers about how to detect it, and what to do, and what to say, and walk away, and just different stuff like that I have learned being here. I share that type of stuff with them too. And so that stuff could be just as important, because if you can save them money when they come here, even though the value of the US dollar is still pretty good compared to the Tanzanian T shilling. It's like for one USD is like 2,600 T shillings. That's still pretty good, but you still don't want to have to spend more than you need to. Just because you have it don't mean you have to spend it. You still should be on a budget here, because you might need to spend it on something that, like 3 to 6 months rent or something, or you might want to buy a car, or you might want to buy a bajaji or whatever. Save your money for stuff like that. You might have to buy furniture. You might want an unfurnished apartment, and you want to just go ahead and buy your furniture, because an unfurnished apartment is cheaper. It's a lot cheaper than a furnished apartment. So you can get a furnished apartment, and your rent could be, you could get a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom furnished apartment. Your rent could be like $600 or $800. When if you get a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom unfurnished, your rent could be $200, $300. Do you see the difference just because it got furniture in there? So it's cheaper just to buy your own furniture. Even if you just start off with a bed, you can just start off with a bed and a table. Start off with a bed and a table, and maybe you can eat out or whatever, or have somebody cook for you, but and then gradually buy your stove, buy your fridge. So it's just cheaper that way than paying 3 to 6 months of rent of $600 to $800 for 3 to 6 months, when you can just get it for $200 or $300 for a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom unfurnished. That's what I've been doing. Because the first place I got, this is my second place. The first place I got, I stayed in there for 2.5 years. And then I've been in this place the rest of the years. But the first place was unfurnished, and I bought all the furniture. And then when I moved into the second place, it was unfurnished. And then it was partially furnished. And then I moved my stuff here. So it's just cheaper to get an unfurnished place versus a furnished place. So that's the type of stuff that we share also. Well, I ain't gonna say I don't know what other people do, but that's what I do. I try to share practical stuff for people to, save some money and make certain decisions. They could decide, okay, do I want to pay $600 a month for furniture, or do I just want to pay $200 or $300 a month for the same 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, and just buy my own furniture? So they can decide based on like their budget, the money they have. Usually the people who are retired, they get good money, so they want to live like they live in the West, but it's still cheaper. So they get the furniture already. They don't want to be buying furniture and all that stuff. But people don't have money like that, and they ain't retired yet. Yeah, they want to, unless if they're not retired, they just have money like that, they'll just still try to get everything already furnished. But yeah, I was like, I don't want furnished stuff. I want to furnish my own, because for me, also family, it depends on the type of person you are. I am very funny. I'm very funny when it comes to using people's stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't like to lay in a bed that I don't know who all been laying. I mean, yeah, we go to hotels and stuff, right? And we stay at hotels, and sometimes I do be feeling kind of like freaked out a little bit, but I try to make sure that the places that I go to, at least it seem like it appears to be like clean, like they wash the sheets and stuff. But when I knew I was gonna move into a place, I wanted my own bed. Like I want to buy a bed for myself and sleep in my own bed. I don't want to sleep in the bed somebody else been sleeping in. I don't want to lay on a couch somebody else been laying on. That's just me. I'm funny like that. I don't be knowing. Well, I mean, I don't know what they was people be touching on it, and I don't know how they be living. Yeah, I want my own stuff. So that's how I am. So that's why I wanted my own stuff. But you might be okay with, already furnished stuff. And that's okay. Some people are okay with that. I think men are okay with that. I don't know. Some women are too. But I just wanted my own stuff. I wanted to be the first person to lay in my bed, sit on my couch, eat at my table, use my stove, my washing machine, my refrigerator. Like I wanted to be the one to do that. So I just bought all my stuff. And it's way cheaper than in the US to buy these items. The appliances are way cheaper here than in the US. Shalom. Shalom, Jamal Watkins. I know exactly. I'm real funny. So that's why I wanted to buy all my own stuff. Now, I got a dorm size refrigerator. And the reason that I did get that small refrigerator is because the food here, first of all, I don't have a generator, and I didn't have a generator at my other place. So if the electricity goes out, then my food is bad, right? So I got a small refrigerator because I know I'm going to cook every day. So only thing I put in my refrigerator is my juices, my condiments, and leftovers. So if I cook like a pot of greens or beans or rice or whatever, I'll eat, and then I have the containers to put leftovers in the refrigerator. So that's the only reason I use the refrigerator, because here in Africa, I think it's all the way across the board. They keep their fruit outside. They keep their fruit. They don't put their stuff in the refrigerator like how we do in the West. So you don't have to put your eggs in the refrigerator. You don't have to put your tomatoes, your peppers, any of your vegetables, except for like if you get, of course, mint, and if you get mint and what you call that, cilantro and parsley, those little leafy things, you put those in the refrigerator, and greens or something like that. And even with greens, they keep them outside. So we use a refrigerator for certain things that they don't use a refrigerator here for. So that's why I got the little refrigerator, because I'm like, I'm not about to be spending no whole lot of money for no big refrigerator. And I cook every day. I don't even put food. I don't have meat. I don't eat that much meat. So I don't have meat in the freezer. The only thing being in my freezer is ice. I got an ice tray, ice and drinks. That's it. Sometimes I'll have butter in there, butter in the freezer, ice and drinks. That's it. So I don't keep meat, because if I buy meat, I'm gonna cook it. So if I know I want spaghetti, I'll go hamburger meat, and I don't eat meat that much. But if I feel like I want that, I'll buy it like chili or spaghetti, and I put hamburger in it. Then I'll just buy that beef and I cook it that day. It's fresh. They got butchers, you can get fresh, and you cook it that day. And then leftovers go in the refrigerator. So I don't really need a big refrigerator. Exactly. Wilson Jean, you can buy a bed at Carrier Code Market for less than $500. Exactly. John J, hello, welcome. Jamal says, thank you for your life. Oh, you're welcome. Getting my mind, spirit, and finances ready for the leap to the east. I know that's right. I look forward to connecting one day. Yes, I'm here. I've been yelling at the top of my lungs for 5 years to y'all. I've been talking to y'all for 5 years. Y'all was fighting me at first, but I think people are coming around now. They're starting to see what we was saying. A lot of us been saying this, and people, oh, you just saying that because you want money and this and that. Well, yeah, we make a living. We do consultations, but at the same time, we want to see you safe. We don't want to see you over there being mistreated and abused and given poisoned food and poison air and being treated with disrespect by race soldiers and unalived, and the administration trying to do you dirty. We don't want to see that for you. That's why we've been saying, get your butt out of there. They got greens here. Somebody said that they do sell collard greens. I have a sister said she bought some at one of the markets here. I haven't found no collard greens. I eat all the other greens. They have all kinds of greens here. They got this greens called mchicha. I like those. They got this other green called, it's Chinese spinach. It's good. It's like spinach that we eat in the US with the little leaves, but it's on a stalk. And it almost looked like romaine. It almost looks like romaine lettuce, but it's called Chinese spinach, and it tastes so good in a salad. You can eat it in a salad, or you can cook it. So they got like a lot of different greens. They don't have the collard greens as much, and the turnips and the mustard like we like, but they have a whole lot of greens, and they taste good. You cook them the way you would do collard greens, or the way you do mustard and turnip greens. How I did it in the States, I cook mine just like that here. So, and they're good. I love greens. I could eat them every day because they eat greens every day. They remind me of us. They eat greens every day. They can eat beans every day and rice. That's the staple foods: rice, red beans, and greens, and ugali. Ugali is like it's like their what do you call it? It's a meal. Put me in the mind of grits. Hard. Like if you let grits sit and they get hard, and they pick it and eat it with their food. I actually like ugali. I like it. And I know how to make it now. So sometimes I'll make it if I got a taste for it. It says, thank you for, oh, okay, I got that part. Wait a minute. Do they go? Okay, collard greens, a small refrigerator. Yeah, I got a real small refrigerator for less than that. I don't think I paid $300 for mine. I think I paid like 100, maybe $100 for mine, or maybe $150 or something like that. It's the dorm size, a little one. Hey, Tony, Africa. Because thank you. Organic foods are yes, they are very cheap. Yuki is the same as collard greens. Okay, Suma Wiki. Okay, that's collard greens. That's what Tony Africa said. Suma Wiki is collard greens. Okay, they got them here then. Okay. They got love for vegans. Been vegan, yes. So Skooma Wiki is kale. Okay, Wilson Jean. Skooma Wiki is kale. I eat it all. Skooma Wiki, whatever they call it. I say, give me that. And I eat greens every day almost. I love greens, y'all. I even be making a soup with greens in it. I ain't never done that before, but I even discover how to make like a soup with greens. I put potatoes in there. I put greens, vegetables. I eat mainly vegetables. Every now and then, like I said, if I crave, like, I don't eat chicken at all. I stopped eating chicken. I stopped eating eggs, but I started incorporating eggs back into my diet because I was missing them. So I'll eat eggs, but I don't eat chicken. And I'll eat, beef, goat, lamb, stuff like that. When I crave it, if I crave, like they got beef sauce, beef pepperonis. So if I want pizza, I get a beef pepperoni pizza. If I crave, meat, or I'll do spaghetti, I'll do chili. I usually do vegetables, but if I crave meat, I'll put hamburger, beef, ground beef in it from the butcher, and it tastes good. So. Shalom, Lizzie. Welcome in the stream. Miss you, sis. We Wilson. Oh. Kenya's favorite ugali and skooma wiki every day and night. I know here too. They eat ugali day and night. I actually was it's addictive because when I was in my last place, y'all, because I didn't have a lot of money, right? So I used to eat like locals. I ate ugali, beans, red beans, and greens. I was eating that all the time. I started acquiring a taste for the ugali, and I was craving it. I learned how to make it, and I would just eat it. Like I would get up in the morning and just start eating. I'm like, this stuff is addictive. That's why they like it so much. I was so addicted to it. I think that's why I gained some weight too. I gained like 10 pounds since I've been here. I went from like 125 to 135. So I'm like 135. And I was like, how am I gaining weight and I don't eat meat anymore? I just eat like vegetables, fruit and vegetables more than meat. And I'm gaining weight. But when I was eating meat all the time, I was smaller. So it's kind of crazy. I guess the food ain't as, in the US it's not as healthy. Yeah, Kenyans are just like Tanzanians. Jamal Watkins. I was asking, are there any vegan-based places to eat and shop? Everything is vegan. Jamal Watkins, everything is vegan. They eat nothing but vegetables. Every now and then you see somebody eating meat, but everybody eating vegetables. You go to a local restaurant, you will get a bunch of vegetables. They got all kind of vegetables. They do cassava a lot. Cassava is so good for us. I started eating that like I eat potatoes. We eat potatoes a lot. I started buying cassava and I started buying sweet potato. They eat sweet potatoes all the time. They eat them even for breakfast. Like I started doing that. Like I'll boil some sweet potatoes. They boil them and they don't put all the sugar and all that stuff like we do. They boil them like you do, like boiled potatoes, and then they eat those for breakfast with like an egg and the beans. Like they eat food for breakfast. They don't always eat like breakfast food. They eat like regular food. Are there any? Okay, of course. Yes. We suffer from high blood pressure and hypertension and kidney failure. I assume they do not suffer from. I think some might have diabetes, but not a lot. I've heard somebody say something that's for some people it's an issue, but that comes with the diet too, because people eat like I think some of the like people might eat too much meat because sometimes too much meat will make that happen to you. So I think besides that, their diet is very healthy. They don't have those sicknesses. All this high blood pressure. And if you tell them you got it, they're going to tell you exactly what food you can eat. They know every food for everything. If your leg is, if your foot is swollen, if your ankle is sprung, if your skin is itching, if your throat is scratchy, everything they got on food. A local was gonna tell you what he go. Our we have a groundsman. He'll go get something. If we tell him we sick or something, whatever's wrong with us, he'll bring something back that we ain't never heard of or seen, and we drink it, and it works. They got all kind of remedies for everything that's wrong with you. They don't, because they don't have money for no medicine. They ain't got money like that. They got to use nature. They got to use the trees and stuff. I have my groundsman got a son that's in college. He said that when he's sick, his father be gathering weeds. Weeds that you pull out of the plants. He said his father be putting all this like plants and weeds together and boil it and make him drink it. And he said he get better too. I said weeds. He said weeds. He said he gather all these trees and weeds. They ain't got no money like that. They use nature. They use the trees in nature. I guess he know which ones, you can, which ones is not poisonous, I guess he know that because they live here. They live out here. They know. About us as a whole, because not much. Sometimes it is, John Jay. Sometimes those kidney problems and liver problems and blood pressure, it has to do with diet a lot. It has to do with diet a lot, and possibly could be healed if you move out here, because there's so many people that came out here with sicknesses and they had medicines and they weaned off a lot of that stuff. If you change your diet, it'll make a world of difference in your life. If you sickly, yeah, it'll make a world of difference. Yes, G. Doss Smith, herbs of the field are for our healing. Absolutely. Yes, weeds. That's what Liz, yes, because the son was telling me that. The groundsman's son said, he said, Dad be giving me weeds. I said, weeds that you pull out? He said, yup. He be putting it all in the pot, boiling it. He be making him drink it. He said, it worked though. He said it worked. He won't get me to be drinking no weeds. I know that. I'm gonna stick with my neem. I'm gonna stick with my soursop leaves, and I'm gonna stick with my basil leaves. They got fresh basil. And of course, you got to acquire a taste in your tea for that, because you know it's not something that we used to, that taste, but you can acquire it. You know, you put a little honey in there. I cheat. I put sugar and honey. It's not supposed to. It's supposed to be like bitter, but I do cheat, so I put sugar and honey. Not a lot, but I do sugar and honey with mine. I don't feel like it'll destroy all the benefits. Yes, everyone is a healer. Everyone. Because I remember when I got sick. Um, oh, thank you, Tony Africa. I got sick, and I don't. I was sick and I was laying down, right? I took my malaria. I wasn't malaria. No, I didn't have malaria. I was just feeling like sick. So I drank neem tea. And so the groundsman was like, I haven't seen you in a couple of days, because I wasn't really up and around, walking around. I said, oh, I was sick. He said, next time, tell me. I need to know when you're sick. He be wanting to know when we sick. Because he know we come from the West, and I live in a community with some other Americans, and he watch out for us. It's a lot of women in here, and he's the groundsman for the property, but he be watching out for us. He's like, next time, tell me if you're sick so I can make sure I give you like medicines and all that stuff. I didn't think about it, but that was very nice of him. Yes, you hyped me. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name. Of hyped me. Weeds are bitter and cleanse the liver. That's right. That's right. That's what the groundsman's son, my groundsman's son, was telling me. He speak really good English too, but he was telling me. He said he felt so much better because he was sick. He said his father made that for him. He drank that tea. He was like new. He was like new. Yup, weeds are bitter and cleanse the liver. That's it. We need, and when you drink those bitter herbs, you know, mosquitoes don't either. Mosquitoes don't bite you. That's another reason why locals can be outside and everything. They be outside at night. They be by the water. I'm like, y'all ain't getting bit. I be out there smacking, smacking my arms and my legs, and they just be having a good time. They don't bite them because their blood is, they eat a good healthy diet. They eat bitter. Here in Tanzania, they don't use a lot of seasoning. The seasoning is kind of, they use like salt and pepper, and then they use like pili pili, the little hot peppers. But they don't use a lot of seasonings and stuff. They like the natural taste of food. Their diet is like very healthy. So I feel like you might could call them vegan, but they don't. I guess they don't call themselves like that. Maybe because I never heard a word that they say vegan, but they eat a lot of vegetables because meat is more expensive, and sometimes all they can really afford is the vegetables and the fruits, because those are the cheapest. So they eat a lot of fruit, and then they eat a lot of vegetables. They eat a lot of ugali. They eat a lot of porridge. I love porridge. Love porridge. They eat a lot of porridge for for breakfast food, for in the morning. Yep. Do you have a garden? How's your climate? I do. It's warm here, and we because it's a property, so it's landscaped. The property is landscaped, so we don't have a garden per se, but we got trees that grow on the property that have these things I was telling you about. So trees grow everywhere in Africa, and a lot of the trees are medicinal. They have like the fruits on them, like mango trees, banana trees. It's a lot of mango and banana trees here. It's sugar cane. It's a lot of sugar cane trees here, and corn, and mace. Because it's not like the yellow. The yellow corn is GMO. So the white corn is what they grow here. The real corn that's hard. It's not soft like the yellow corn. I had to get rid of that. Like I really like corn, the yellow, but it's GMO, fam, and it tastes good, but it's not good for you. So I had to stop eating that. But their corn is like really the white corn, and it's hard. It's real hard. So I eat it grilled. They grill it. That's how they cook it here. like they'll have like you know how like they have the hot dog stand or the different stands you can get food. They grill the corn outside. So if I'm walking to the store, I'll pay like get a whole one or a half and I'll eat it. It's like a snack. So that's their snack, the grilled corn. And I like it. It's just hard it's kind of hard to bite, but I like it because they put what's that hot stuff? Cayenne pepper. They put cayenne pepper and lime. They have like a little cup, and they have like cayenne pepper, and they use a fresh lime, and they move, run it around, and then they wipe it on your corn, and it's good. That's a snack. I can eat that all the time because it's a little spicy with a little lime on it, and then the corn is grilled. Yeah, they know how to grill. They know how to grill. And for me, I have plants, and I'm growing food in pots. What they do is they don't buy pots. They use the water bottles. So, you see this right here? You see this right here? Let me see. Okay, what they do is they cut it like right here. They cut it right here all the way across, and they put holes in the bottom, and they use it as a planter. And they got a bunch of those everywhere. They recycle. And so I got a bunch of seeds that I kept after I ate the fruit, and then I planted some the fruit, the seeds in the dirt in those little water bottles. So I got a bunch on one side and a bunch on another side of my steps in front of where I live. So I have little plants that I'm trying to grow, but the seeds that I'm planting are really trees, so I need to replant them in the ground. When I get my little land, I'm just gonna take them and just plant them in the ground. To change up my sweet game. Yeah, Jamal, you gotta change up that sweet. That sweet ain't good for you. That sweet mouth. I had to adjust. I had to change that myself. I don't eat sweets. The only sweets I really eat now is I might drink a soda with like a Sprite, and what else? Maybe some cookies with my tea. And the cookies kind of taste like, they got cookies that taste like those animal cracker cookies. They got cookies that taste like animal cracker cookies. I like those cookies. And you could like drink it with your tea, But yeah, you got to cut back on that sugar. The good thing about here in Tanzania, they don't use the white sugar. That's bad for you. They only use the brown sugar. The white sugar is illegal here. They don't use that at all in the country. They just use the brown sugar. But you still need to keep it to a minimum. But if you like me, I use honey and tea. I use honey and sugar with my tea, so I don't use so much sugar. So I'll use like a certain amount of sugar and honey, so I won't be like overdoing it with the sugar, because I can be heavy-handed with the sugar. Mosquitoes feast on my yes, Liz. Yes, those mosquitoes ain't nothing but the truth. The better food you eat, the less you go to these places called hospitals. That's right, Wilson Jean. The more healthy you eat. Now, that's what I've been doing since I've been here. I have not had any sicknesses, but you don't know what's festering inside your body, because we lived in the West and the diet ain't good. Stuff we eat ain't good. All that white sugar ain't good. So I'm basically was like revamping and detoxing and just trying to substitute, take out the bad and add in the good. That's what I've been doing, which is possibly why I did gain weight, because I'm eating more nutritious foods. So it's giving me those vitamins that I was maybe deficient in the States. I was taking like a 1 a day vitamin and a vitamin D and an iron supplement, because it's always been low. Our vitamin D and iron is low in the States because we don't get our sun, because it don't feel like this. So here I'm using the food instead of the Vitamins. When I got here, I didn't even think about it. I put those vitamins with me, and 2 years went by, and when I was moving, I was like, oh, I forgot about these. I never even thought about no vitamins. I just eat the food. You eat the fresh food, the fruits. I eat a lot of fruit, mango, pineapple, avocado almost every day. And then the vegetables, the greens, the beans, So you don't have to do the vitamins because you're getting all your nutrients. Yup. How do we send a super chat? Also, everyone hit the like, and you can send me a super chat. I don't know how you do it on this because I usually do StreamYard, but I'm using the live from the YouTube thing instead of using StreamYard. I know on StreamYard they do the super chat thing. I don't know how to do it on this, but you can figure it out and bless your sister with some change. Tony, bless your sister with some change, or anybody can bless your sister with some change. Let's see, Marie. I'm glad because I have high blood pressure and cholesterol issues. I would love to eat fresh vegetables. Yes, that would heal you so quick. We got what you call those things that's good for pressure? Rosella leaves. Rosella leaves. These right here. This good for pressure. Rosella leaves. You can make tea with this, and you can make a juice with this, and this is healthy. And I think it's good for pressure. Like people come here and they just get so healed. See, it's like I don't know if you can see it. It's like little leaves, and you put it in your tea. Red leaves, a little red. So they're good for you. You get rid of all them high blood pressure, cholesterol. You change it, and you start eating your right vegetables, diets, and drinking neem tea, and drinking that soursop, eating soursop and watermelon and mangoes and everything. You'll heal. You'll naturally heal. You won't you can wean yourself off the medicine. Most people do that. They come with either high blood pressure medicine, low blood pressure, cholesterol, diabetes stuff, and they wean off. Even diabetes, people have got healed from that. You could be healed from a lot of these diseases if you just change your diet. They have a lot to do with your diet. Sometimes you got to get rid of the meat altogether. Stop eating the meat for a minute till you regulate and get your get your body right. And then you can start gradually incorporating meat back in to your diet. That's what I did. I mean, it did have something to do with me not having a lot of money. I was kind of at certain times, I'm on a budget. Sometimes things be tight until I get my next consultation or whatever, my other money for other things. And so sometimes I got to be on a budget. So meat is the most expensive compared to everything else. So I just go ahead. It's like a natural default to eat fruit and vegetables because it's the best anyway. So when I start doing that, I don't have a craving for meat as much. Every now and then I'll have a desire for like a certain taste for like a pizza with beef pepperoni on it. They don't sell a lot of pork here because this is halal. It's Muslims here, it's halal. So they don't really sell a lot of pork. Every now and then you get places with pork, and it's usually somebody white, like an Italian or, something like that. But for the most of the Muslims don't eat that. They eat clean. They eat clean. You send wave or to send money to Africa. Oh, he's trying to send through YouTube. Oh, I see what you're saying. Wilson Jean. YouTube will take they do take a good amount your money when using super chats. I still like to see it though. They do take a lot, but when I see it, I'll be like, wow, I got some money. I put my CashApp and my PayPal in there, Tony. Go up to the top. I put it in there if you want to bless your sister. I could use the change. I ain't balling like you. You a big baller shot caller. I'm early retirement. I ain't at that age, and I don't be getting them Social Security checks. I got some friends that's in their 60s. They be getting that money, fam. They be living nice. Shoot, they be getting them dollars. I got to stay on my budget. I got to stay on my budget, y'all. I like those cookies too. The animal crackers, but yes. Jamal, I like them cookies with my tea. In the morning, I'll be drinking my tea. I'll be having me some cashews. And I have me some those little cookies. It tastes like animal crackers. Yeah, that's my sweets that I try to keep it to a minimum. I try not to eat more than 2 at a time. Eat good foods and no more cholesterol and high blood pressure. That's right, Wilson Jean. That's right. Hibiscus. That's right, Jamal Watkins. This hibiscus right here. I be making tea and then I make the cold drink. So I'll make hot tea if I want some hibiscus tea, the hot, and then I'll freeze it. I mean, I'll put in the freezer and I'll have like a cold drink. So I've been making my own instead of buying it. I just been buying these, and this costs like 3,500 T shillings for this whole bag. Right down the street where I live. So I just make my own now. Instead of me like paying for it, I make my own. It's really good. It's good for you too. It looks like Tanzania is growing zones 11 through 13. What does that mean? Growing zones. So, but yeah, that's kind of what's been going on. Even in our yard, look, we got some beautiful flowers in our yard. Look what I picked the other day. I had to use my wine glass. I had to use my wine glass because I don't have a vase or a vase. So sometimes I use my wine glass for flowers. Look at these pretty flowers I picked the other day when I was outside. They just got some beautiful flowers here. See that? Isn't that pretty? And I just kept putting it on the table. Flowers falling everywhere. Like rose petals. So, yep. That's kind of how life has been. It's been like, beautiful, natural, peaceful. It has its challenges, money wise. You got to really be on a budget. The good thing for me is in the States, I lived on a budget because I was a single parent when my son was. I was married and then we got divorced. I was married for 13 years and then we got divorced, and then I had to raise my son from 12 years old up till he left. He was grown. So I was kind of like a single parent and I had to kind of live on a budget. So when I came here, I was used to kind of living on a budget. So it wasn't hard for me to be, to budget. Hi, Chosen Judah Tess. Welcome, sis. Welcome. So, okay, the 3,500 Wilson Jean is $1.25. Growing zones tells you what plants can survive outdoors all year round. Oh, it's warm here all year round. It's not it don't get really cool here in Dar. Dar is the hottest city in Tanzania, the hottest area. Dar is the hottest area in Tanzania. Of all the regions, Dar is the hottest. I think the coolest it gets is like 75 or maybe 70. But it's warm all year round. It's just we have rainy season. So we'll have dry season and then we'll have rainy season. So I think a lot of stuff could grow here, but some stuff it might be too hot. I think they have better growing climates when it's cooler. Like I know in Baya, they grow a lot of avocados there because it's cooler and it's rainy. So I think some cooler areas, it grows better, certain things in those areas. So I guess it depends on I know they grow a lot of corn here. I see corn and banana trees and just certain things I see a lot here. Yes. John P. Seeker, LSA. Hi, welcome to the live stream. Don't forget to like, fam. Don't forget to like. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Yeah, I don't think my stuff, I'm good. How are you? I don't think my stuff is getting in circulation because, yeah, I don't know. Somebody said they tried to do a like and it wouldn't let them click the like. And then I think some people are being unsubscribed. So y'all know how that go. So don't forget to like. Trying to get it in circulation. Trying to get this change. I'm finally monetized, y'all. Finally monetized. So I'm trying to get this change, family, just to add to. So when you come here, family, you want to have streams of income, right? You want to have money from here, money from there, money from here. So if you have different streams of income, you won't really run like completely dry. So if things get tight at one point, right? Then just when things might get tight, then I get money on it for this, or I get money for YouTube, or I just started getting money for YouTube, but I'll get money for different sources. But even though I get that money, I still have to live on a budget because it's not a lot. So I still have to budget, but because it's not that expensive here, I can budget and still have everything I need. My budget includes having everything I need. Above my budget is stuff that I want. So I might want another pair of shoes, or I might want to buy a purse, or I might want to get a dress made. That stuff is extra stuff. So if I get extra, or sometimes I feel like splurge, and then I would get a dress made, because I have a lady that make my dresses. She don't live far from here, and she don't charge a lot at all. She can get material, and she'll, she done made me like several dresses. And so if I want a dress made, as a lady, you might want a new dress, or, I can still do that even though I'm on a budget. So it's just, I can survive here. With the little bit I have, I couldn't survive in the US. I would be like living in a car, I wouldn't, yeah, if I didn't have a job, because I can't afford living there with the little bit I have. But with the little bit I have here, I can afford to live here. Yes, a lot grows, like apples, blueberries, cherries, etc. We don't do so well. I'm a raising farmer. Oh, okay, Jamal. Okay. Yeah. So, but yeah, with my budget and the money that I have, and it's not family. If y'all knew how much I live off a month, y'all wouldn't even believe it. But guess what? I don't really need nothing but food, because rent, you pay your rent. That's the largest thing you're gonna pay. Like the most expensive thing you're gonna pay is like your rent. And for me, it's internet. My internet is kind of high, I think, but I didn't set it up. I had a roommate, and she set it up because she was working, so she needed high speed. So it's like $50 a month. That's a lot here. That's a lot here. And so that's one of the highest bills. And I didn't bother changing it. I asked them if they had a cheaper plan, and they said they didn't. But y'all know how that is. They probably got a cheaper plan, but they don't want to give me no cheaper plan, because I've been paying $50. So you know how that goes. But those are the highest bills. But everything else is food. And the electricity is pay as you go. The water is, it's not, none of the other utilities are really expensive. So I can survive here and be comfortable and do things and do stuff. I got beaches by me. So if I want to go to the beach, I can. So I don't have to spend a whole lot of money to go to the beach. I'd have to spend a lot of money to do things. So it's more affordable for me here than it would ever be for me in the US. In the US, I would have to like live with somebody or something. And buy all my stuff in Kyrie. Okay, what's that? I will buy all my stuff in Carrico Market for cheap. I know that's right. We are Johnny in the yes. Jamal, I know. I'm seeing it. Now it's twice as expensive in the US than yes, I know. Loving your life. Oh, Jamal Watkins, thank you. $600 a month. Less than that. See, the thing with my income, family, it's unstable. Like, so I can't say, because I don't have a job where I can say I'm going to get paid this amount every 2 weeks, or this amount every whatever. I don't know how much I'm going to make a month. Some months I make good, but then some months I make very little. So when I make 1 month is good, I have to save it. I can't just spend it all because I'm doing good that month. I have to like budget it. So basically, I personally got to live on a budget, not a strict budget because it's not that expensive, but I got to live on a budget. I can't just like go shop and just be picking up all this stuff and just be, I can't splurge like that. Yeah, I'm by Bahari Beach. So I don't live in Embassies Beach anymore like I used to, Wilson G. I'm in a area called Tegeta, so I'm closer to Bahari Beach. But it's a beach, a beautiful beach. It's yeah, by me. But so I can't, when I go to shop, I have to have a list. I gotta write a shopping list. So when I go to the grocery store, if I can't find what I need in the local shops with the, I can get the fruit, vegetables, but when some stuff, you got to go to the grocery store, I have to write a list of what I need because I can't just be in there just picking up stuff. I'm on a budget. So I got to have like sugar, bleach, washing powder. Like I got to write what I need. And so I have a budget. So I'll get like a certain amount out. Like I keep money on my phone, right? So I'll send money from my bank account and I use like a transfer app and I'll transfer it to my phone. So I have money on my phone, but what I get, the cash that I get out my phone, I don't get more than like 60,000 T-shillings out my phone because I'm making myself not spend more than that at the store. Because if I take more than that out, I'm going to spend what I got. So I only get like 60,000 T-shillings, but I bring my phone with me, family. So it's kind of defeating the purpose because I could just use my phone and pay for my groceries. But I feel like I do that just to keep myself on a budget, right? So I'll have like this list of things that I need, and I'll get everything that I need at the price that I need it to be at. And then with the money I have, if I see that I have a little bit left over, then I can get other stuff. So that's kind of how I have to budget. I have to live my life on a budget like that. And it's not bad. It's just you practice because you got to get used to like the currency exchange, rate. So, but it's I've been doing it for 5 years and I've been able to do it. Most of the time I stick to my budget. Every now and then I might splurge for stuff I might need. Like I got this microphone one day. And different stuff that I think about, like, well, when I get some money, I'm gonna get this, or when I get some money, I'm gonna get this or that. So when I get certain amount of money, then I already know what I want to buy, and I know how much it costs because I already priced it already. So yeah, I live on a strict budget, and I'm a pretty decent financial budgeter. I'm a pretty decent financial budgeter because I did practice that when I was living in the States. So I've been doing pretty good over here. Continental Nomad, brown sugar. Yes, brown sugar is good. I think that's what you're talking about. Brown sugar that they sell here. I think that's what you're talking about. But yeah, I do pretty good with the budget. And so, oh yes, brown sugar. They don't have the white sugar here, and I'm glad because that's not good for us. That white sugar is not good for us. So I'm kind of glad the brown sugar is a lot better. Trying to think of what else. So yeah, life is good here, family. I'm not gonna even lie. It's peaceful. No race soldiers. I did video every now and then. I see white people. I live in an area with all Africans. It's local area. I don't see other people. Where I live, it's not a lot of Indians or Arabs where I live either. It's Africans where I live. So I kind of like that. It's peaceful. When Africans are peaceful, sometimes when you live around a lot of other people, it's kind of like a little tension, a little hostility, because sometimes they don't, some of the different people don't treat the continental Africans okay. Like some Arabs and some Indians, they don't always treat them like they're supposed to, like with respect. So I just don't want to be around stuff like that. I don't want to live around stuff like that. Going to the store and seeing that is one thing, but living around it is another. I left being around race soldiers. I just don't want to live around anybody else but African people. I just don't want to see nobody but black people. So that's where I live. That I live around locals. Oh, okay. The T-shilling conversion rate is still pretty good though. Still pretty good here in TZ. Uh, Ghana is changing. They saying Ghana is getting very expensive. Ghana is almost dollar for dollar, possibly. Dollar for dollar. U.S. To the Ghana monies. I forget what currency they had. Yes, life is sweet. Yes, life is very sweet in Africa. It's very sweet. And sometimes when we say that, people think that we are like exaggerating. Sometimes people be like, they just lying. They don't want to tell the truth about what really going on. Are you guys kidding me? You see what y'all got going on in the West. Ain't nothing like that going on over here. And I hate to make you feel bad, because you live out there, but I'm just being realistic. I would not trade this place to go back to the West if you gave me money to do it. I literally would not go back. And when I tell people that, they can't believe it. I've been saying this since 2020. My family, my friends, when you coming back to visit, I'm not. They like, are you serious? I'm like, I'm serious. I told my family members, if y'all want to see me, y'all got to come here. I told my son, he went back. He came here and stayed for 2 weeks, but he went back. I told him, I'm praying for you. I said, but something happened to you, and I mean it, y'all. I'm not going back. If I'm praying, Father, protect him and bring him here. But if something happened to him, his spirit is gone. Ain't nothing but a shell. I'm not about to get stuck over there. I'm not about to get stuck over there. He do got other relatives there though. So he ain't completely by himself. But I told him that's why you need to bring your narrow behind over here to the continent. Because I want to be buried over here on the continent if something happened to me. And I want him to be buried over here. I want his body to be over here. I don't want it to be over there in the West. I want our bodies to be buried here where we come from on the continent. 10 cities now so far for Ghana. Wow. So I told him, bring your behind over here where it's peaceful, where you'll get a chance at living to be a nice, ripe old, to be a ripe old man and have a family and stuff. You ain't gonna be able to do that in the West. Absolutely not. Shoot, our life be hanging in a balance every day over there. No, continental nomad. I don't have to do that. I have a business I created back in 2021. So if you create a company and you can get like a work permit, you can get residency, and you pay on that every 2 years. And for me, I found out actually at my age that I could get a retirement permit now. So that's an option for me. I'm gonna look into that. But initially it was through a business, through an investment. So even though my company is small and it's not balling out of control, it's still a company, it's still a business, it's an investment. I got to pay taxes on it. So it's an investment. It's a local company. So I can still acquire land under it for like 99 years, but that's enough time for me. I'm in my 50s. That's enough. It's fine for me. It's fine for me. And then my son, his name is on the company. He can come and take over. So the 99 years, he can You use the rest of it, and then he can renew it if he's still doing what he's supposed to be doing, keeping it up and everything. So that's how it goes. You got to be an investor here in TZ. Um, so, but it's possible. That's if they let you out. If they let y'all out the West, hopefully they'll open up the airspace again, and then they will let people fly again, so people can come on out of her, come here to the continent. Y'all see what's going on in Kenya? They booming over there in Kenya. They partying, they doing business, they blowing up in Kenya. Kenya just too fast for me. I want something slow. That's why I like TZ. Kenya too fast for me. Yep. Kenya way too fast for me. I lived in a fast society. I'm not like excited about, oh, Nairobi is like New York, it's the city. I was trying to get out of the city. I didn't want to be in the city area in Dar. So yeah, I ain't excited about trying to run to South Africa and run to Kenya in the city and run to Zambia. Got a nice city, y'all. Lusaka is nice. Lusaka, Zambia, they got nice developed city. It's nice. Paved roads and everything. That's another nice city. But I wasn't super excited about city life. I want more like almost like a farm, homestead type thing, or like nature and being by the ocean, stuff like that. But the city, the concrete jungle, I'm not excited about the concrete jungle anymore. Yeah, John Jay. Yeah, that's right. The British soldiers abusing the women over there, and they further I think it's the U.S. What you call it? What's not fertilized? If they made the ladies infertile. They lied about the medicine they gave them. They gave them medicine to make them infertile. So they've been doing a lot to the women in Kenya. These Western folks, the British, the US, all of them, because they trust them. You know, you can't trust these folks. They wicked. Yes, Wilson Jean. Yes. Yes. That's another thing I like about Tanzania. Yes, it was colonized by the Arabs and the what you call those? I think the Germans. The Germans. It was the Germans, and they gave it over to the Arabs. But they kept a lot of their culture, and they still are. They still have a lot of their culture. You don't see so much of the Western influence over here like you do in some of the other places. It's getting there because, younger people, Gen Z's, they online watching. So, but for the most part, they still have their culture, their food, like they still kept a part of them. And I like that. I like being around that where it's not such a Western influence over them so much. Nairobi is developed for investors and offers nothing in return for its citizens. Yeah, Wilson Jean, yep. Because it wants to draw investors. So no, that development don't impress me. I born and raised in New Jersey, y'all, right next to New York. I was going to the city like I was going to NYC like once a month, going over there to shop on Canal Street, like those city stuff. Then I moved to Atlanta. That's a city. Then I was, moved to Colorado. I was in Colorado Springs, which I did like, but I used to go to Denver a lot. That's a big city. So I've been in the big cities. I'm not impressed by these big cities. It's the policy. It's been like that for over 50 years, population control. Yeah, Yeah, I don't like that. And another thing that I don't care for with Kenya is they have a US military base over there. I don't want to be in a country with no US military base. As well as, embassy is okay because we got embassies here. But a military base, fam, a military base, yeah, I don't want to be in a country with no military base. I mean, I do look at stuff like that. But it's crazy, when I came here, I didn't know that they didn't have one here though. But I'm glad they don't. They just have an embassy here. But a military base, fam. So guess what? US is making enemies, and she at war. Guess what? Kenya military base family. You know, when foreigners or internationally, when they at war like that, it's like for Iran, it's harder for Iran to send the planes directly to the US. So they'll attack the closest to them, like Qatar, all the ones in the Middle East, the military bases. Same thing with the ones here. If some of the allies to Iran are in Africa, come on now, put two and two together. I don't want to be nowhere near no military base. They closed the one in Gambia. They closed the U.S. Embassy in Gambia, from what I heard. Yup, they closed the one. That's kind of good though, fam, because if they close the military base, I mean, if they close the embassies, then you over here, fam. You over here, fam. Okay? Y'all know what I'm saying. Don't worry about that. That's okay, because then you be safe in Africa. The safest place you're going to be is outside of the country. Exactly. Yes, it's better to get a visa over here. Don't get nothing online. Just get it when you arrive. Yeah, I'm not worried about military base. I'm not worried about U.S. embassies closing over here. That's the least of my worries. That just means, hey, we over here, fam. We don't have no embassy. We here. We here. That's all that means. We here. We staying here. Read the writing on the wall. Shoot, if war is really declared and it's really a war, then we locked out too. People are locked in, and some people are locked out. So either way you go, if you outside, you still gonna be good. Yep. Because like when I came over here during COVID, right? When I went to immigration after my 90 days, they was giving us extensions left and right. They was giving me when I first went there, I didn't even have to tell them why I need an extension. They just said they wrote a letter for me. They did it like the locals. It's like a lot of young locals that work out they do the little letters for you when you go to the embassy to extend your visa. And they wrote a letter saying I can't leave because of COVID. which COVID was going on, but I didn't even have to say nothing. They had already did it for me. So I turned the paperwork. You turn it into the copy of your like passport and stuff, and you turn it into immigration, and they just stamp your passport and give it back. Well, they take your paperwork. You sit down, they stamp. Well, that's how they used to do it. I don't know if you got to leave it now, come back. But when I first got here in 2020, when I went, they'll let you sit for a couple of hours. They stamp the visa in your passport, the extension or whatever, and then you go. And it's like they just kept giving you extension. When COVID was going on and everybody was shut down, they was giving us extensions. Yep. We didn't have to leave to go nowhere because everything was shut down. We was basically stuck here. And I loved it. I was like, okay. Yeah, I loved it. I loved it. Yeah. So that's what happened then. So if war declare and if war really start breaking out in the US, we good, fam. We good outside. We good. Uh, Not that I'm hoping for it, but I'm just hoping our people get out before. That's the only thing I'm hoping for in that aspect. Because for what I know it's going to happen, right? I know it's going to happen because of the administration that's in there now. Because they're men of war. They like to go to war. They like to see people getting unalived and stuff. So it's just who they are. It's in their DNA to want to see people and children and women just getting unalived. That's just they put people's lives at stake. So it's bound to happen. But I just want to make sure our people who are innocent, who don't have nothing to do with this, it's not our fight. I just want our people to come out. They just let all our people come out, then they can let them fight, let them blow each other up, blow each other's families, houses, everything up. But our people, I just want our people out of the way so they can kill each other. I'm just saying. Because they seem like they love to go to war with people. You love to shoot bombs and drop bombs on people. That's wicked, family. That's wicked. That's some wicked stuff. So our people need to come out so they can be safe. And then they can proceed to do whatever they are trying to do. Let me update my information. Just in case somebody want to donate to my Cash App or my PayPal. And if you're interested in a consultation, email me at diasporaconnect0@gmail.com. Diasporaconnect0@gmail.com. And I can do a relocation or a business consultation. So basically, I walk you through the steps that I've taken to have been here 5 years, to have relocated here, to have created a company business, doing business here in Tanzania, if that's something you're interested in. I do charge a fee, family. I do charge a consultation fee. So but yeah, y'all have any other questions? Well, they are splitting. Who's splitting? Who's splitting? Don't want to. I will, Marie. I be praying for y'all all the time. When I heard that, I did a live about this, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but when I heard that this this POTUS dropped these bombs on Iran, all I could do is say, Father, have mercy. That's the only thing that came to my mind. I was like, I looked up to heaven. I said, Father, please have mercy on your children. That's the first thing I said. I said, Father, help us, please. We need your help. Like, I'm like, I can't believe this right now. I was just in disbelief that this man would just put everybody's life in jeopardy like this. Yeah. I plan to come in October to Wanda, but now worried. God's child. Oh, I know. Everybody just stay in prayer. Everybody, we all pray collectively. We just stay in prayer that the Father will just give us some type of window, to where folks can travel, or folks can have some money, and where they can, come outside of the country just to think about what you want to do. Honey, the goal is to get out. And when you come out, think about what you want to do when you come out. But you got to get out of there, family. I mean, it's just the bottom line. It's just the bottom line. It's a lot of us outside of there. It's a lot of us in Tanzania, a lot of us in Kenya. We got people in Ghana, South Africa. A lot of us are out, so you can connect with other people that are outside. Even going to Panama, and people going to Thailand and different places. A lot of people I know they're going to Thailand and stuff like that. But just come out. Just come out of that place. You can think about, just get your thoughts together. All you need is a transfer app for your bank. So if you have a bank account there, you can transfer funds from your bank to your phone, SIM card, wherever you go. So you'll be able to get to your money through in your bank, to transfer your money to you. That's what we do. A lot of us use transfer apps. So we use Sendwave, World Remit, Remitly to transfer money from our bank account to drop it on our phone. SIM cards on your SIM card, because it's a money mobile society. I know it's like that on the continent. It's money mobile. So everything is through your phone, but you can drop money from your bank account to your SIM card to your phone and shop that way, pay bills that way, get money off your phone. Everything you can do that way. Family don't want to come, so many distractions, but sometimes it's going to be a time of testing. Sometimes, because sometimes the call you get may not be the call that other people get at this point. You got to try to save your life. No, you don't want to leave people behind, but when they're not being wise and using wisdom and seeing the writing on the wall, and when the window open, get out. You'll be safer out than in, I'm telling you, because the false flags too. So it's not only the sleeper cells. You got the false flags. That's going to happen. 9/11 was one. A false flag. Your own country trying to hurt and harm you. Your own government. They did it to us one time with Black Wall Street in Tulsa. They bombed our community with their bomb. It was from them. It wasn't from nobody outside. They don't have a love for human beings. They don't have a love for humanity. People got to wake up and see that. And sometimes some people going to go down with the ship. That's just the bottom line. Some people love America so much, they're going to go down with that place. They're going to. They're not going to want to leave. We're going to stay here and fight. Okay. But sometimes you might have to be like, well, look, it ain't like you got to be like, I'm leaving somebody, but I'm like, I'm going over here and I'm waiting over here. And you can come, but I will be over here. So it's not like you necessarily saying you leaving everybody, but you just moving locations because you don't feel safe. It's important to feel safe. And especially if the Father is speaking to you and warning you, and you having dreams and visions, and you feel in your spirit you need to go, you need to go. Even if everybody else want to stay, sometimes you're going to have to walk by yourself. I did it. I left everybody. I wanted to cry when I had to leave my son, because I got him a ticket, and I was leaving to save his life, because I know he's the target. But he loved that place so much he didn't want to leave. I had to leave him. It was hard. It was hard to leave him, but I couldn't stay, because I'm like, I can't stay here. I don't like this place, and I don't feel safe. So I had to go, and I'm glad I did. I pray for him all the time and all my family members. But I had to go. I can't live like that. I can't stay over there. I couldn't stay. I had to go. Yeah, at least visit Tanzania. You ain't gonna want to leave. Jamal Watkins, I'm a journeyman electrician. Would I be able to use this trade where you are? Of course, you would be able to use that trade everywhere you go, brother. You got skills. You'll be able to create create a business and do that for people. they use your services. You can also partner with a company, any company on a continent that do electrical stuff. You can volunteer. You can tell them what you do. You can do a little volunteering to see how they do things, because they do things differently. And then they might be wanting you might be a teacher. Instead of you doing the actual stuff that you know how to do, you might be teaching them how to do the stuff you do. So you could be like an instructor of electrician, how to do electrical, blah, 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 blah. They might not be doing it yet, or they might be doing it. So you can work with a company that's an electric company that's, to see how they do things. Then you can tell them where you're from, and then you could teach them. You might could charge a fee to teach them. It's different ways that you can use your skills over here. Of course, you can, any skill that anybody got, you can use it over here on the continent, anywhere. Because you can be a teacher. You're teaching Gen Z. You're teaching young people how to do what you do. Your skills are valuable. Yeah, you can open a business. You can open a consultation business. Do consultations. They pay you for, or you can teach. You can do consultations, and under your consultations, like under my consultation business, under the business, it's teaching. You can teach. Because consultations, you provide guidance and advice about certain things, experience, and skills you have, and you can teach as well. And you could do like a temporary service. You can connect with certain electric companies and provide trained people that you teach to work for these companies that are trained to do what you know how to do. So it's so much you could do with your skills, and that's throughout Africa. It's a developing continent. So they got room for all growth, for all that. Yup. It's tough, Marie, but it ain't that tough. It ain't that tough. It's the tough part is the decision that you need to make. You got to make a decision. I mean, you got to remember. I mean, just like I said, when you leave, it's not like you're leaving your family. You're just coming out of a place that's dangerous, and you're living somewhere else. They can come see you. They can come visit you. Or keep praying. The Father will lead you and tell you. Maybe He'll, speak to your family. Just pray that the Father will reveal the truth to your family, that they will desire to come out also. Yep, that's true. Wilson Jean. So many wealthy Americans have several citizenships, and some pay even million for them for one. That's true. Do you know anything about U.S. embassies closing in Africa? Yes, the Gambia. I think the one in Gambia closed. The U.S. embassy in Gambia closed. I think that's the only one I done heard about. That's there is a list online. There's a list online. If you go online and Google it, it'll give you a list of embassies that closed in Africa. All you gotta do is say closed embassies in Africa, and it'll give you a list. But I know the one in Gambia closed, because I was like, man, it's a lot of our people over there in Gambia. But that just means that, guess what? They staying right there. That doesn't mean they staying right there. That's not their fault. If you outside the country, if that embassy closed, that's not your fault. You in that country. You gonna be good. Oh, you're welcome, Jamal Watkins. Love your mindset. I love myself. That's right. Listen, Gene chosen the more U.S. embassies closing in Africa. That's right. Exactly. Exactly, Wilson Jean. That's what I'm trying to say without saying it. I'm glad you typed it, because I don't want to I can't come out and say some things. So, chosen Judah test, the Shemites, look what Wilson Jean said about the embassies. This is very true. Not make money, collect the application. Maybe retired. Raising 11-year-old sister and her son already on Wanda. So, oh, that's good, God's child. That's very good. You got somebody already on a continent. That's very good. Hey, Kiki and Gambia. Hey, Kiki, did the U.S. Embassy close in Gambia? I heard it did. Give us the tea. Give us the tea, sis. That's Kiki loves Nigeria. She in Gambia. I'm telling all your businesses. Go check out her channel. Kiki, you might not be able to go back home. You might be stuck over here with us. Kiki, you might be stuck in Africa with us. So let me find. Kiki said, "Let me find out. Find out for me, Kiki, and let me know." Yeah, it is. I saw that chosen Judas the Shemite. I saw that, and I was like, that's what I was like. Man, we got a lot of people in Gambia, but that just means that guess what? They can't get what they need, so they stay. They got to stay put, and that's kind of good, sis. You where you want to be. You in Gambia, you want to be there. You got to stay put. So all praises to the Most High. You and that's why I ain't about to cry if it happened here, cause I love this place. Kiki said, "Oh, girl, don't say that." Kiki, you stuck over here with us, girl. You better come visit me in Tanzania. We gotta have lunch. I gotta take you to the beach. I know Gambia got beaches, but we got beaches too. You gotta check ours out. So y'all don't fret if them military bases and those embassies close. As long as you outside, you gonna be okay. You just don't want to be stuck inside, because that's where all HE double hockey sticks gonna break loose. That actually is probably breaking loose right now. Sleeper cells, false flags, what you call those hazmat suits, atmospheric problems. See, over here on the continent, our air is fresh, fam. Our air is fresh. Our food is fresh. Of course, you can't drink the water, but it's not contaminated. For some reason, people think that the water on a continent is contaminated. Y'all, this water ain't contaminated. It's people with boreholes, with water wells. They take baths, they wash their hair. It ain't contaminated. Like my water comes from the city. But look at my skin. Look at my skin. Look at my hair. Ain't nothing wrong with this water. I wash my hair. I take a shower. Nothing wrong with my skin. Nothing wrong with my hair. Right. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong. Ain't nothing wrong with this. I mean, the water ain't no different than the US. We can't drink that water neither. We gotta buy bottled water. Same thing here. Buy bottled water. Because you ain't gonna be drinking it, take a shower. I done took a shower. I done washed my hair. Water done got in my eyes and my ears and my mouth. You wash your hair. Water done got, you wash your private area that's sensitive. I don't have no problems here. I done had no issues, no sicknesses, no nothing from the water. Thank you, Kiki. Thank you so much. Thank you, sis. Yeah, they pausing flights, Kiki. They pausing flights, and some airspaces they closing. So, people got flights to come here. I done consulted with some people. They like, I'm coming like in 2 weeks. I'm coming in a month. Like, people are coming. So I'm like, what's happening with their flights here? So I'm praying that things will be kind of safe enough for people to fly. Somebody did a video. I saw a video. The airports look empty. They said one of the busiest airports in the U.S. I don't know if it was LAX or JFK. I don't know which one it was, but they said somebody showed the video and it was so empty. But actually, that's how it was when I came in 2020, family. I came in July of 2020, and when I left and I flew out of JFK, that airport was so empty. It was so weird. I was doing a video. If y'all go back through my videos, gotta go back 5 years. But I actually did a video when I was at the airport and I was looking around. It was so empty, y'all. It was like, ain't nobody here. And when I got on that plane, family, it was not that many people in that plane. It was so little people in that plane. I was able to lay my seat out and sleep. I was able to lay out like it was a bed across 3 seats. I wasn't even scared. I was not scared at all. I was just trying to leave. I was ready to go. So I was just trying to get to Africa. So everything was clean. Everything was sterilized, y'all. They had the food in the bag. Everything was clean. I was like, this is cool. I wasn't scared at all. Yeah, flights being paused. American, United, and Delta paused because after the POTUS dropped the BOMB on Iran, they closed they paused the flights. And then the Middle East closed the airspace. The middle air what you call that thing? What y'all call that? The airspace, yeah. The airspace was because Iran was shooting at the U.S. embassy, but Qatar was they was shooting down the missiles, but they were shooting at the military base in the Middle East. So because of the going back and forth, they grounded a lot of the flights. And I don't know if they still grounded now or they still paused. It's like they said they was on pause. So I don't know if that means cancel or just pause to a point. I don't know. So you got to look into that. And they told people before you go to the airport, call so you won't go all the way there and your flight was like paused or delayed or canceled. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, so you said the Gambia tickets are so cheap right now? Oh, okay. Yeah, most planes to the U.S. Flew almost empty. Yup, that's how it was during COVID. When I left in 2020, it was so empty. Even when because I flew to I flew Qatar, and I went to Doha where they was shooting at at Doha where Iran was shooting the military base. I went there, and that's where my layover was. It was so empty there. It was so empty. It was just so weird. I never been to airport like that empty before. But I was not afraid, y'all. I was not afraid. I was so happy to be in African airspace. I tell you, when I went to Doha, I felt like, yeah, I'm there. Because that's like right at the top of Africa, right above. And it only took like 5 hours to go down to Tanzania, between 5 and 6 hours. I was like, yeah, I'm good now. I'm in African airspace. I felt relieved, like I felt safe when I got into the African airspace because I was nervous about the COVID in the air. They say it was airborne and all that stuff. And so I was a little nervous about breathing the air and all that. But when I got to Doha, I felt relieved. I didn't feel like I had to have no mask on and all that, but they were requiring you to, wear it. But then when I got into the African airspace, I was good. I was like, oh yeah, ain't nothing wrong over here. I just had this feeling. I just had this overwhelming feeling like they good over here. They safe over here. And it was true. When I got to Tanzania, when I got off that plane, the locals at the immigration, they was telling me to take that off. They was telling me I had on a face shield and a mask and a face shield. And when I got to immigration, they was looking at me. They was like, you don't need that here. They was telling me, you don't need that here. Take that off. And I was like, okay. And everybody that was going out, all the people that was coming in to immigration in Tanzania, by the time we got to that door to go outside, everybody was staring at people. Everybody was staring at people with masks on like they was crazy. And they was telling the black people, take that off. You don't need that. Now they let the other nations keep it on, like the Chinese and all these other people. But with the black people, they say that's not for you. They saying that the other people need it, like the white people and the Chinese, because they body is weak. So they was like, but you don't need that. Take that off. One of them was I had a family I met, and they had a son, and they pulled the thing off the son's face. Said he don't need that. Yeah, they wasn't having none of that over here. Wasn't nobody sick over here. Wasn't nobody sick over here. Even though the news tried to say it, it wasn't nobody sick over here, y'all. I was here to witness. Nobody was even coughing, family. Nobody was even coughing. I said, are we in the world? It was like I was in the Twilight Zone, fam. I was in the Twilight Zone. 6 feet deep, 6 feet distance, this, that, in the house, locked down, mashed, all this different stuff. People swimming and jogging with me. I'm like, what? With masks on. Yeah, it wasn't like that here. It wasn't like that here. Okay. The Gambia U.S. Embassy, it is open. Okay, so it is open. So that's the only one that I had heard that was on the list. Am I Kimberly Elise sister? No, I'm not. I don't know if see me one. I don't know if you're talking to me, but I don't know who Kimberly Elise is. Do I look like Kimberly Elise or something? We only fly Ethiopian Airways. Okay, guys, child. All right, yeah. Ethiopian Airways, Kenyan Airways. I used to recommend Qatar, but at this point, we can't go to the Middle East, so we're gonna have to find something else. Yeah, before sending, yeah, yes, Wilson. Yep. We shouldn't have been doing that. You know, I was at my last live, y'all, I was talking about that. I was like, I mean, I'm pretty much neutral. I'm not neither side. I'm not a dim. I'm not a rep. I'm neutral because I don't, yeah, the back and forth to me, it drains my energy, right? I just want the best for human beings. That's all. I want the best for people. Um, so I'm trying to figure out, like, all these men is running the country, all these different men, and everybody get mad and arguing, and I'm like, these supposed to be a patriarchal situation going on here. Like, what's going on? Why are these men not being able to run these countries and do things? And I mean, do they need some women to do something? Because we want to try to keep the peace. We not be trying to we don't want no war with nobody. We don't want no fighting with nobody. So we're gonna try to keep the peace, and we probably too nice. But I'm looking at how it's going right now with all this testosterone, right? You got Israelis, then you got Ukrainians and the Iranians and the US and the Russias and the France and the this, that. And I'm like, all these men and everybody mad and well, anybody really crashing out but the POTUS. But I'm just saying, it's just unprofessionalism. The unprofessionalism is what I'm seeing. And I'm like, these are men. Come on, we're men. Our men, these men supposed to be like mature and professional, and everybody else is acting pretty professional except for certain ones, and I ain't gonna say y'all know who, but I'm just trying to figure out here. You got people's lives in your hands and you throwing tantrums, you being unprofessional. Come on, family. We gotta look out for human beings. So that's the only thing I'm trying to figure out. I see all these men and people going back and forth and all these men, and I'm like, y'all got people's lives in your hands. Y'all got to get the emotions together. Like the emotions are like women emotional stuff. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out. what's going on with politics in the world right now. I just want people to be safe. I don't want to see innocent people and children and women and people getting hurt and unalived and all that. I don't want to see that for nobody. Yeah. Greetings from the Netherlands, Sammy Smith. Greetings. Welcome. Ammunitions to sell. Yeah. Yeah. Greetings from the Netherlands. So I got people jumping in. Y'all don't forget to like, thumbs up. I still got 23 people in here, so they listening, so we can still chat a little bit more. I'm just chatting with y'all, just trying to encourage you and whatever you can do, try to do. You ain't gonna have the money. You are not gonna have all the money you need. It's just the bottom line. You're not going to, fam, but that don't mean you can't come out of there. Come out of this, you can think and try to figure out what you got to do. What you say, Kiki? What you do? You said where? We value money over human lives. That's right. I think I did a post. I think I posted something on my community tab that Captain Traore said. He said something like that. He was like, if you love, some people love money more than, what did he say? Freedom. He said something like, some people value money more than freedom, or something he said, or you should value freedom more than money. Something like that he said, and I did a kind of like a quote of it, but it made sense. Sometimes you got to decide, like, am I going to stay here and think I might make money? Because you don't know what might happen with the economy, or come out while I got some money and try to figure things out. I don't know what people should do, but I want you to be alive. That's what I want you to do. So if it means you got to come out and you might be struggling or whatever, you got to connect with brothers and sisters. You got to, pray, and you might struggle, but at least you have your life. Bombs ain't blowing up around you. Sleeper cells ain't all around you. False flags ain't all around you. Atmospheric chemical warfare ain't all around you. Where you have your life. So it's a decision people got to make. We got to make these decisions, and wherever you decide to go, we got a community. And wherever you decide to go, is a community in Gambia, Black people there, Black Americans specifically, but Black diaspora, I'd say. Diaspora, because you got the UK, Black British, Jamaicans. So we got communities all over Africa. It might get to a point where we need each other. We might have to feed each other. Shoot, I might got an extra room. I might have to cook beans and rice for people. People might be hungry. We have to help each other, family. It is getting to that point where we might have to sleep, have a roof for people. We might have to feed each other, even off of the little space we got. Somebody might have to sleep on my couch. Somebody might have to do a pallet on the floor. But guess what? Your butt got a roof, and you're going to have some food. On the continent, you're going to have some food. You might not like what you got to eat. You might have to eat some beans and some greens and some rice, or some, fruits and vegetables and stuff like that. But you ain't going to be hungry. Ain't nobody hungry here in Africa. Those was lies, family. Ain't nobody hungry here in Africa. Yes. Yup. That's right. Black Brits, yup, and Caribbeans, yup. We got those here in Tanzania too. It's a lot of them. And even with us, the Black Brits, the Caribbeans, and the Black Americans, we gotta get along, fam. We gotta get along. We gotta put that pettiness aside. Because guess what? Outside of the US, we ain't got nobody but each other. Ain't nobody gonna look out for us. Ain't nobody gonna take care of us but each other. We gotta take care of each other. And that's my mindset. That's what I be trying to tell people, even when I consult with people, I be telling them that we got to change our mindset. The selfish stuff got to go, because somebody's bank account might be frozen. Somebody might get over here and get robbed. I got robbed. My phone got took. My computer got took. And I'm glad I had a community over here to help me get, another phone, to help me get on my feet again. But we might have to be there for each other. So just because you have money, you come over here and you think that anything can happen. Your bank account could get frozen. Anybody's bank account can be frozen. And they could have money and they could have had a plan to be over here. But if that happened, guess what? We got to stand in the gap and we got to take care of them until we figure out how we can help them out. It got to be like that, because we don't have nobody else to take care of us, family. We ain't got nobody that's going to do for us. We got to be a community even outside the U.S. Yes, we're going to be a community in the U.S., but when we outside the U.S., we got to also be a community, because we don't have nobody else, fam. The magnitude of that, we don't have nobody. So we need each other. We need each other. We got to take care of each other. We got to clothe each other. If somebody got children, they got to stay with somebody. Somebody got to be sleeping, on the couch. So, we got to do it. We got to do it, fam. Like it's our own family. Like it's your own kids, your own cousin. We got to do it. Yup. Nobody else ain't going to do it. Nobody else ain't going to do it. That's right, Kiki. That's right. We got to. That's what I've been pushing. I mean, let me tell y'all how I helped somebody one time. I've always been like the type of person that have a heart for people. I've always had a heart for people, to help people. And it was a lady that reached out to me online. I never met her, y'all. She was from the UK. She had a 10-year-old son, and she got locked out of her hotel here because she couldn't pay. How they do it here, if you don't pay for the room like that night, they'll lock the door and they'll lock your stuff in the room. I did not know that. And so she sent me a text, and I happened to see it. It was like 10 o'clock at night, y'all. She was like, I'm from the UK, and I saw your video. She said, I'm outside. And I'm like, what you mean you outside? She was like, I'm from the UK and I have a 10-year-old son. I couldn't afford to pay my hotel. It was like on Thursday. She wasn't getting her money until Saturday. And she tried to ask them if they can wait for her to pay on Saturday. And they told her no. So she reached out to me. And I said, well, where are you? I was panicking. I did not know this girl. I did not know this lady, but she was from the UK. She's a Black British young lady, 30 something, with her son who was 10 years old. She was outside walking. I called her. I said, well, where are you? And she didn't even know where she was. I said, I'm sending a driver to you. So she got a driver, and I told the driver bring her to my house. She didn't have no money to pay for her transportation. And so I didn't even have no money, family, to pay for her transportation. I was at home and I didn't have no money because I was waiting on my next money to come in. I said, I got to ask somebody for some money. I had to ask a lady who was staying with me if she could give the money to me and I would give it back to her for that lady. So the lady was staying with me. She was renting a room for me, and she gave us the money to pay for her transportation. When the lady got there with her son, we paid the driver for her transportation, and she came in my house and they slept on my couch. I never knew that lady. I never met that lady. I said, no, ain't no way in the world I'm about to let her walk in the streets with a child. And even if it wasn't a child, it was a woman. It's no way in the world, if you from the West, and I know it, you're going to be walking. I'm going to call, I'm going to borrow the money if I don't have it, and you're going to come here. And I did. She came here, her and her son. They slept on the couch. They didn't have no money until Saturday. So I fed them. I didn't even have a lot of money myself. But I had food. I had rice. I had beans. I had spaghetti. I was making stuff that all of us could eat. So I cooked like a big pot of spaghetti. I cooked like a big pot, like of beans and rice and greens. And they ate what I ate. I think for breakfast, I had fruits. I think I had like oatmeal. Like they ate what I ate until she got her money on Saturday. And then she was able to, go get her luggage, pay the hotel, Then she got her luggage and she bought her. I told her, bring her luggage to my house. So she got the luggage and then they bought their stuff and they stayed with me until she figured out, she asked me to stay for a week, but then she was trying to extend it for 2 weeks. And it was becoming too much. So that's another conversation. So I had to tell her, I said, I didn't say you could stay with me for like a month because it was just a lot because I can't eat. I had to keep feeding them because she was not cooking food. She was had noodles and stuff like that. And she got a 10-year-old son. And that boy, I got a son. And I'm like, that boy can't eat noodles. He can't be eating no noodles. So I was feeding them with my money because I just can't eat in front of people. It's no way in the world I could eat while they sitting there, right? So I was still feeding them and I didn't have a lot of money. So I had to kind of put my foot down with her because she was trying to stay with me for like a month. And I'm like, I can't afford to, I can't afford to continue to take care of, but I helped her to a point till she got her money and she was able to make a decision about, what she needed to do. But this is just an example of something that I did for somebody that I did not even know. And I felt kind of bad because, well, not really, but in a way, because I was renting out a room at the time. I had an extra room, right? And the lady who was renting the room with me paid me for like a full month for a room, but she was feeling crowded because they were sleeping on the couch. And so I made her kind of feel uncomfortable, but it wasn't my fault. She knew exactly what was going on, but I just couldn't leave them outside. So, but yeah. So this is some of the stuff. Yeah, she was doing too much. But this is some of the stuff that I tried to do to help people that I didn't even know. Because I always say, if I got a roof over my head, then now I can't do this for men. Now I have to say that. I can try to connect a man to a brother. I know a lot of people here. So if it's a brother who need a place to stay, I could try to connect a brother to another brother. But for me, I could help the women and children. I can't help grown people. I mean, I can't help grown men like staying with me and stuff like that. But I did help that lady. So this is the type of stuff I say we may need to help each other because, anything can happen to somebody's bank account. Somebody's bank account could get frozen. Somebody's app, one of their apps could get shut off. CashApp, PayPal, or bank account. Something can happen while they're here. And it has happened to people to where they can't get their money. So we got to be here to make sure they eat, make sure they got a roof, make sure until they figure things out, talk to people. It's people who are generous, who got money. It's some retired people here who got a lot of money, and they will be willing to help somebody out if they fell on hard times until they figure out what they can do. Stuff like that. Stuff like that. So yeah, this is the type of stuff that I try to tell people especially that I consult with. Like we gotta change a little bit. We gotta start because how this is Africans is like that. Africans are like that. They share their food. They share everything. They live together. Ain't nobody gonna be outdoors. You hardly in Tanzania, it's poverty here, but you hardly see people laying out on the street. You hardly see that. You see more homelessness in America with people laying out on the street. In Africa, in Tanzania, you don't see nobody laying on the street. Now you might see some I call them like slave houses. You know how the slave house look? Those little houses, shacks or whatever. You might see people living in there, but they are not out on the street. They got a roof over their head. If it rained, they're not going to get rained on. So they help each other. They let each other live together. They feed each other. They even be offering me food. When I'm walking around my community, if they cooking ugali, they'll say, Karibu. Like you get, whenever they cooking, if I walk past, they be like, Karibu. They be offering me food. Don't even know me. And I'll be like, no, I'm okay. That's okay. My groundsman be cooking outside. He cook outside on the with the pot, he make a fire and he be cooking. It smell good too, y'all. He be cooking, he be offering me some. I'll be like, nah, I just ate, I'm good. He was like, no, Karibu, because they be like, Karibu, you can have some. And I'm like, I'm okay. But they share everything. We got to be like that. We got to be like that. Yep, we got to be like that with each other. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And I was, I don't have a lot, right? If I was rich, family, I would have been got a bunch of land, and I would be like, I have to rent it out, because here in Tanzania, if you have a company or a business, you're an investor, right? So you can't just buy land and let people stay for free. It's a business, right? You gotta use the land as an investment. So basically you gotta make money with it. So, but even if I bought a lot of land and like put little like Airbnbs or rentals or something like that, I can do that. And I can decide how much I want to charge people. So I could charge them like, what you call those houses, affordable housing, and you know what I'm saying? Like affordable housing stuff. I can charge people a little bit, but as long as I charge them something, it's an investment. I could do that. Yes, we do have to be a community. Yes, we do. Yes, exactly, Marie. She did try to think she was. I told her she could stay with me for 2 weeks because she got her money. She had got her money several times, and then she promised the lady that had stayed with me. She had, after I helped her, she promised she would give me a certain amount, and she didn't give it to me. She made an excuse. So yeah, I kind of got tired after like 2 weeks. I said I had to tell her you got to go. I told her you got to go during the day. Because I don't want nobody to be saying I'll put you out at night. So I told her, you have to go on this day, during the day. Don't leave at night. So you can't be going around telling nobody I'll put you out at night. But I ended up having to make her leave because she was trying to just stay with me. And then she didn't want to really even give me money. I was struggling at the time because I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to make it. And the money that I have, I live on a budget. I told y'all, I live on a tight budget. So I can't take care of other people. Like I was feeding 3 people off of one budget money for one person to eat off of. The food that I cook will last me, but I had to share it. So I had to cook more. I had to spend more. So, yep, you look like her. Oh, okay. See me one. Yup, she didn't give me. That's right, Kiki. She was telling me she was going to give me like a certain amount every week when she get her check. Was it every week? Yeah, I think she got a check like every Saturday, and she was supposed to be giving me like, I think, did she say 50,000 T shillings or something like that? Every time she got paid, and that was very little. But I was just taking like kind of like I didn't give her an amount because I just was trying to help her out. You know what I'm saying? I just needed money for food. Because basically I was spending the money I had for food on them. I just needed her to give me money for food, for me to reimburse me. She, every time it came time to pay, she wanted to give me 30,000. She didn't want to give me 50. And I'm like, you said you. So the first time she did it, I let her get away with it. And then the second time she did it, I said, sis, I can't keep doing this. I can't afford it. Like, it was almost like she started taking advantage of me. So I did help her, but eventually I had to tell her she had to go because she didn't want to give me no money to stay with me. She was even staying with me. So that's the sad part about it. If I had money like that, I probably would have let her get away with it. If I had money like that, I probably would have just went on and let her just give me whatever, right? Because it's, I get it, right? But I didn't have money like that. Like I was struggling too. I just made sure I had ways to make, I was renting a room out and and stuff like that. But I had a guest. Staying with me, and they was on a couch and kind of inconveniencing the guest that paid money to stay with me. So yeah, it was Yeah, but I did help. I did help her. It says, okay, I rented a nice 2-bedroom apartment in Morgora for 350,000 T-shillings a month. Yeah, my girlfriend had a house in Morgora. She had a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, and I think her rent was like 175, something like that. Yeah. She's a Black British. She's from the UK. She's from the UK. Yeah, yeah. PI people, yeah. This lady was from the UK, but sometimes Afro descendants can be a little they can be a little ungrateful. Yep, after what I did for her, yep. And that ain't the only thing, Kiki. I done got burned. I got burned a couple of times by people who stayed with me. I had younger people who stayed with me. And then I helped them from passport from the US all the way here. And then when they got here, they stayed with me for 2 weeks until they find a place of their own. So I was using my extra room as like a launching pad for like single women and women with like one child. I can't, maybe 2 little kids, right? Because they had their own room and their own bathroom. So I was renting it out for money, but I was helping them too. And man, when they get here, they get to mouthing off at me and they get to giving me bad attitudes because they was younger than me. And I look young, but I was old enough to be their mama. They was like my son's age, 20 something. And they was like giving me bad mouthing and disrespecting. And when I tried to tell them something, they was like, they was just being disrespectful. And I don't be playing that, y'all. I don't be playing that. So they stayed with me and they moved out, didn't tell me, left my door unlocked. Somebody could have came in here and took all my stuff. Like every time it's like I'm trying to help people. So I decided to up the age. I didn't get bitter about it. I just said, I'm going to up the age. I'm going to up the age to I was saying 35 and up instead of under, because the ladies that was giving me the most problems was the 20 something, because a lot of the 20 somethings in America, they don't have respect for elders. So the fact that you staying in my house and the fact that I've been here and the fact that you on the continent and you outside talking loud English on the phone at night and it's quiet where a pin can drop, you on the continent of Africa and they in the bed, and in the communities I live in local areas. You don't hear nobody outside talking on the phone loud, and you speaking loud English. And when I say, sis, can you come in the house? It's late. They get mad at me. Oh, she trying to control me because I'm staying in her house. Stuff like that. So I was just, yeah, I had to up the age, y'all. I've been through a lot with our people, but I still help. Yup. Out of order, big time. Yup. If men had women emotions, there wouldn't be any. see me want. That's right. That's true. J Star, thank you. You're kind of person. God will see what you did. That's true. That's true. And he did. He did bless me. I upped the age, right? And so when I upped the age, it was like 3 under 20 something that stayed with me back to back. And I was feeling the anxiety. Y'all felt like I was back in the States. I felt the anxiety. I felt like, how when you feel anxiety, you feel nervous, you got to like watch your surroundings. That's how I was feeling like that in Africa. And I said, no, I'm not. So I upped the age to like 35 and up. And then I was getting really good people. I got really good people, mature ladies, and I had really good experience. And that's when things got better, when I started helping like older ladies. But I was trying to help the younger to try to kind of be like a mentor, but they don't be listening, honey. Mm-mm. They don't be listening. They be like, who you think you are? You think you somebody's mama just because it's your house? You think you're supposed to have house rules? They didn't think I should have house rules. How you think I've been here on the continent and been trying to do what I've been doing if I didn't have no kind of rules, no kind of discipline? You can't be in somebody else's country acting niggerish. I'm sorry. You can't. You just can't. So, yeah, I had some experiences, but I still helped that lady. And when she did leave, she left during the day and she had her money. So I'm like, you don't have to give me no money. Use your money and go ahead and do what you do. And it's crazy, y'all, because even after all that, I have not heard from her. She never sent me a message. She never said thank you for what you did. It's like she was mad at me because I made her leave. So she could have, even when she got on her feet, she could have been like, well, I'm going to send you this money because when I stayed with you, you helped me out. Nope. I didn't get none of that, y'all. I didn't get none of that. So that's been my experience dealing with our people, and I still love them, and I will still help them again, family, but with conditions, with conditions. And of course, y'all, I would not have our people out in the street. I don't care how, unless they, if they acting niggerish, then I just can't do it. But other than that, I won't have them out on the streets. I have to wait till they get some. If you got some, when you gonna get your money? You got your money? Okay, then you need to find a place. I'm not gonna put you out if you ain't got no money. You like, desolate, or if you got a kid. I'm not gonna do that. But you're gonna have to get out as soon as possible when you get your money. Because you can't stay up in here being disrespectful and talking smack to me under my roof. And we on a continent. That's another thing. Y'all, how embarrassing is it? We on a continent. They don't even argue here. You don't hear nobody arguing. Some people say that the men be hitting the women. I ain't never seen it. I ain't never heard it. I done lived with locals ever since I've been living here and close to them in apartments and stuff. You don't hear no arguing. You don't hear no fighting. You don't hear none of that. So here they come over my place, acting ghetto fabulous and being loud, and it's embarrassing. And when I say something, you talking too loud, whatever, and you outside and you talk, she trying to tell me what to do. Oh, you trying to tell me what to do? I'm like, are you kidding me? You're not in America. You're in a whole nother country. I don't want these people hating. I don't want these people not liking me because y'all coming over here acting like this, because that could happen. If you have people in your house and they know you from another country, you are the representation of that country, because they may not have ever experienced being around Black Americans or whatever before. So if you stay in there and you got people coming there and acting like that, that's going to make all of us look bad. And then they're going to stop liking me, because they're going to be like, this is a conservative country. It's Muslims and Christians here. They don't act like that. And the young people respect their elders. So they're going to be looking at me like, what, you was raised in a barn? Like, yeah, no. They ain't going to embarrass me in another country. I don't like when people try to embarrass me in another country. If I ain't acting out, and you ain't going to come here and make me look bad because you want to act out. That's what a lot of our people was doing. It was, some of the younger people was doing. Acting out. I understand you broken. I get it. We all broken. But somebody's trying to tell you something for your own good in a calm manner, and you want to act like you in the States. This ain't the States. This ain't the States here. So yeah, that's been my experience dealing with some of our people. That's what I heard in Kenya. That's what I heard. They say in Tanzania they do it too, but I just never seen it, and I never heard it before. Because I think the Tanzanian women are very submissive. They obey. So usually the men don't have to lose a temper, because they do what they say. They do everything. They cook, they clean, like they do everything. So there's no reason for them to have to lay hands on them. Now they might be jealous because they don't always like to have to share. They share, a lot of them share each other. They do the polygyny, and some of the women don't want that. They don't. They be feeling some kind of way. They go for it. But I could look at them and tell, like, especially the African ones. Now the Arab ladies, like the Muslims, have 4 wives. They get along perfectly. They act like sisters. They be fixing each other's hijab, and they be taking their kids to the playground, and they be all eating lunch together, and the kids playing together. They get along good. But the African ladies, they don't be looking happy at all. I don't blame them. I don't blame them. They don't be looking happy. They go for it because it's cultural, but they don't be happy. They don't be smiling. I could look at their face and tell they just disgusted. But they don't say nothing. They don't say nothing. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they real submissive. But they don't, sometimes they don't be happy. But it's just how it is. It's just, they just don't say nothing. They just can't, because it's the culture. Because one lady had told, it was a couple that came here, an older couple, right? And they stayed at a Tanzanian lady's house, or older lady's house. And she was 40 something. I say older lady. And she told them the couple was from, the husband was from Jamaica, but they met in Canada. So they lived in Canada, and they, was staying here, and I consulted with them, and then they stayed in the place, Tanzania, an older Tanzanian woman, that was her rental. So she was telling the wife, I want Bob Marley. She was telling the wife of the husband, he looked like Bob Marley. He's very handsome. And the Tanzanian lady told the wife of the husband from Canada, I want Bob Marley. And the wife told her, you can't have him because we've been together since high school. And yeah, you can't have him. And do you know that woman said to her, this is a local Tanzanian older woman, 40 something years old, a business lady, because she had several properties, money. She told the woman, she said, in Tanzania, she said, we share everything. She said, don't nobody have no man to themselves. And the woman was like, and the woman from Canada was just looking at her like she was like crazy. And the Tanzanian lady told her, it's not normal. Y'all together all the time. That's not normal. She told her, the elder Tanzanian lady told the lady from Canada, it's not normal because they be together all the time. They be together. And the lady from Canada said, no, that is normal. That is normal to be together all the time. We've been together since I was in high school. She said that's normal. And the Tanzanian woman said, she said, we share everything here. Don't nobody have nothing to themselves. We share everything. That's what the woman that wasn't even young. She was 20 some. She was 40 some. She was 47. So and I got that story. So that's the story I add to my repertoire in the way that some of the culture of things. People be sharing stuff. So, but that wife, the one from Canada, yeah, they was like, we leaving. They left that place. They left that place because she kept flirting with the lady's husband. And of course, the lady's husband wasn't looking at her like that. But that ain't the point. That ain't the point. Kiki said, I would never live there. Yeah, that's what was said. So you got to know that if you get some, you from the States, and if you get some with some of these men here, you're gonna share. I've actually had a couple that try to talk to me, and guess what? They had wedding rings on their finger. They had wedding rings on their finger. It was 3 of them. They all had, because they was my age. The ones my age are already married, right? Unless something happened to the wife, but they get married young. So if they're around my age or older, I would say 30 and I would say 35 and up, they're going to be married. Trying to chat, can I get your number? I'm like, excuse me? Can I get your number? I'm like, ain't you married? They had a ring on the finger. Yeah, but it's okay. I'm like, what do you mean? It's okay. I said, hey, are you a Christian? I be asking 50 million questions. I'm like, what? I'm like, I said, ain't that against your spiritual practice? I said, ain't that adultery? They said, it's African culture. It's okay. I said, Why be a Christian then and wear a ring if you a polygynist? So if you're a Christian and you got a ring on and you married, but it's okay for you to have a girlfriend. So your African spirituality or your African beliefs trump your African culture, which is polygyny, trump your spiritual practice, which is Christianity, then don't be a Christian. Right? That's what I was kind of trying to talk to them to get the thinking together with the make it make sense type thing. Don't be a Christian. Because if you're not a Christian and you following your polygyny, which is your African culture, then just be a polygynist. Don't call yourself a Christian. Go to church, wear a ring, and then say you can have a girlfriend. I guess the only difference is when it's a Christian, here in Tanzania, I'm kind of learning, as a Christian, you can only have one wife, but you can have a girlfriend. So I guess it's like that. You just can't marry more than one wife as a Christian, because you got the ring on and you basically committed with the ring to a wife, but the other women will be your girlfriend. So basically you can have about 15 girlfriends and you have one wife. But that's against your spiritual practice. And then, of course, Muslims, they're okay because they can have 4 wives. So that's what they do. And everybody know that. So when somebody, I think I've had like 1 or 2 Muslims try to talk to me. And first of all, I'm like, okay, yeah, no. But, they nice. They try to talk to you. And I said, are you a Muslim? I always ask them questions. And they say, yeah. So you can have 4 wives. And they always start laughing. I'm like, yeah, I'm just saying, right? And they say, yeah, but they always start laughing when I say that. I know what's going on here. Like, yeah, you can't put no wool over my eye. Yeah, Wilson G. Yeah, a man is for I know. A man is for all women. I know. You just gotta know how it's done. The more money, Wilson G said, more money you have, the more women. That's right. You could take, that's true. As long as you can take care of them. You said 15 girlfriends. A man is for all women. Wilson Jean said a man is for all women. That's what the lady said. She said, we share everything here. She said, we share everything. What she said? Chosen Judy said, I ain't sharing the man. I know that's right. Hypocrisy in the Western world. I will marry one woman and have right. Marriage is just like right. That's why I'm just saying that. Not like for me, I'm very analytical, right? So I'm not like I'm gonna do it, but I talk to them because they talk to me, and I'm in their country. I just want to understand like how how relationships work, right? And I've been told this by several men. There's different men in different places of different ages who have tried to talk to me with a ring on their finger. No kind of shame, no kind of hiding it. Don't take the ring. They don't try to remove it. None of that. None of that. Not, and they just, yeah, I'm married. I asked one of them, I said, well, what would your wife say? Do you think she'll be, what you think she'll say? And they said, he said, she'll say it's okay. I said, your wife will say it's okay. I have never heard nothing like this before in my life, y'all. They say, he said, yeah, she say it's okay. I said, I said, I just kept saying, I said, well, guess what, brother? It ain't okay with me. I don't do stuff like that. Yeah, it ain't okay with me. And then the Muslim guy, they can have up to 4 wives, but this Muslim guy actually was single, but it's just the beginning. You just be the first one. So, you laugh because you don't know that I know that y'all can have 4 wives. And you don't know that I ain't going to be crazy enough to be like, I'm going to be with you. And then you're going to add 3 more. Ain't nothing you can do about it. You're going to be stuck. So, no, you got to know how the relationship, if you talking about single, you come in here, You got to know that dynamic. I had to learn that the hard way. I had other women telling me, but I had personal experience because I've talked to men about it. And, I don't try to, shame them or anything like that. I just listen. But I do say, why be a Christian? That's all I'm saying. Why be a Christian if you're going to follow your African culture, right? You follow your African culture, which is polygyny. Just follow your African culture. Don't be a Christian with the ring and in the church and all this, and then the girlfriends, What's the G saying? Chosen. Oh, he's talking about chosen. Men love women, and it's very, very hard to control themselves. Not all of them. Some men can control themselves. It's a matter of discipline, and it's a matter of self-control. Some men can control themselves. Not all men are weak to the flesh. A strong man, a wise strong man can control his urges. You don't let as a man, you don't let your urges control you. You control your urges. You should control your urges. So you should be able to say no. Just so you can control your own temple, right? You don't let your temple control you. Your temple is your body. You don't let your body control you. You should control your own. You say who you want to be with. I want to be with this person. And so if somebody outside of that person come around or whatever, you make a decision at the beginning. No, because I decided that this is the person I'm going to be with. So it's a choice that you make to control your temple. And a lot of times you might have to discipline yourself. It's possible. It'll take work. It ain't going to be easy, but it's possible to control yourself and say no to certain people. You would be the first, but in reality, he my artist. But he may tell you he was single, you would be the first one. But able to perform, of course. So, yeah, that's the men's situation. Because sometimes women ask me, not like I know everything, but I go by I would say 3 married ones try to talk to me, and then I had 1 Muslim try to talk to me. And of course, y'all know it ain't go nowhere because I'm just listening because I'm new to the country. So you're trying to figure out how the dynamics is. And it's like that. And then of course, you got the 2 young ones, the baby ones. I'm old enough to be your mama talking about, I love you. I'm like, how old are you? 20 something. My son is your age. I have a son that's your age. Ain't no way in the world. Ain't no way in the world. Yeah. So you got, that part too. You got the babies, and then you got for me, at my age, I got the marrieds, and then I got the babies. I don't even have the in between. Ain't no in between. It's either, yeah, ain't no in between. You got the group of babies, and then you got the group of marrieds. That's what the single woman got here in Tanzania. Realistically. Wilson G said men have no such thing as control. Some of them do, Wilson. Some men can't control themselves. All men are not weak to the flesh, because sometimes it's a choice you make. If you choose to dedicate your life to be with one woman, it's a choice you make. So it is possible. That's right, chosen Juditis, the Shemites. I ain't know. My son is that age. What I'm gonna look like? What my son gonna look at me? How my son gonna look at me if I'm with somebody his age? He gonna look at me like, Mama, you done lost your ever loving mind. I can't be with no baby. I ain't no babysitter. I know I look young, but yeah, no. I raised a son, my ex-husband in the States that I was married to for 13 years. I basically kind of had to raise him a little bit. I felt like I had 2 kids. I'm not doing that no more, y'all. I'm not doing that no more. So so you get those different types of men. Um Everybody tell you they love you. Everybody love you. I think they mean like, because I don't know if they have a word in Swahili for love. The way they use it, I feel like they say they like. I think they're trying to say that they like you, like they're attracted to you or they like you instead of they love you. But they use that word, I love you. So I had to learn. I think they mean they like you, but even then they don't know you. They like how you look, you know. You know, it was a place, my last rental that I had, y'all, when I was in another area, it was a lady that lived in the building, right? This is what I noticed. A local had told me this too. Sometimes, like the husbands, if they married, right, or if they have a lot of women, they'll get places for the women, right? So I think that one of the ladies that lived in my building was with a man who had a wife and a house, because the man would come and pick up the baby. They had a baby together, but he got that place for her. So the one who lived in the apartment where I live was his girlfriend, and he had a wife and a house. He had a house. I believe he had a house, and because he had a Ford truck. So that's here in Tanzania, you don't see Fords that much. So you know he had some change. He had a Ford, like a Ford F-150, and you hardly ever see that. So I know he had some change. Nice looking young African man, like 30 something, but you could tell he was like either a government official or something, something big here. Because the area I used to live in is an upscale local area where the government officials and people with money live, right? The locals with money. So he would come and pick the baby up, and the baby looked just like him. But anyway, I think that the girl that the baby's mother was his girlfriend, and because he would come over and stay during certain times, but he would leave every night. Every night he would leave, but he would just stay there like during the days and stuff. And then I would see her, and he would take her to the store and take her places, but he would always drop her and the babies off. I think she had 2 kids with him. And one day, family, he came pulling up in his Ford truck, and he had the wife in the car with him. So he had the wife in the car, and that's how I knew that he was married. The wife was in the car, and I'm looking out the window. Y'all, I'm new here, so I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. So I'm looking out the window. I was on the first floor, they was upstairs. So the wife was sitting in the front seat, and he went to the kids. He took the kids home or whatever. And he had the girlfriend in the car. The apartment, he got the apartment for the girlfriend, and the girlfriend had a car. And he and the wife lived together, and the wife was in his car, and the wife had a car too, because the wife came over there by herself one time. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. I was new here. I didn't know like the dynamic of what's going on. But yeah, he was married. He had a place. The wife had a car. The girlfriend had a car. The girlfriend had 2 kids for him. I don't know if the wife had kids, but they was always coming to get the kids from the girlfriend. And the girlfriend, they would take the girlfriend to the store. Sometimes the wife would be in the front seat with him and take the girlfriend to the store and then drop her off. It was, they would do things together. Like all of them would do. It was, yeah. It was, I never seen nothing like that before, y'all. And then, of course, the Muslim ladies, they would be at the cafe. And I thought for the longest when I first got here, I would be at the cafe doing videos, and I would be doing, using the internet. And I would always see like the Muslim ladies coming there together. They always come in a group, right? I didn't know that those were the wives, because it's the Muslims to have 4 wives, and they go places together. So they'll go shopping together. It'll always be 3 or 4. And then when they come in the cafe, it'll always be 4. And they all got kids. All the kids be outside playing like cousins, right? they used to get along so well. They used to be fixing each other's, hijabs, and they always wear really nice shoes, and they makeup be real nice because they don't show nothing. The only thing they show is the face, the shoes, and jewelry. So might have like on a bracelet, nice shoes. They always have really nice shoes, and they face always made up like they wear makeup real nice, right? So they all in the cafe together, all four of the wives, and they just get along well. And I just thought they were sisters because they all look alike. They will always all look like sisters, right? So a local had came in and told me one time. I was like, they get along real good. Wow, they all look alike. And they told me, the locals men had to tell me, because I have a lot of local partners and friends and stuff. The guys, they said, they wives, they all share a husband. He said they share the same husband. And I was like, what? I said, they look just alike. He said, yeah, they get women, they all be looking alike. And they be almost the same size. They all look alike. Like they look like they sisters. And they get along. When I say they don't have no attitudes towards each other, you can tell when a woman kind of got an attitude. Not them Arab women. They love each other, y'all. They love each other. And them kids be playing together. Them kids, it be a lot of kids. It's like 4 women, and they be having like 8 kids. And the kids be playing at the playground. And I used to see that all the time. And I'm like, okay, so this is how I learned a lot about this whole polygyny thing, just watching these people in action. And I'm just like, it's no way in the world. It's no way in the world I could do that. I would be pissed off. I would be angry. I would not be able to do that. I would not be able to do that. So yeah, I learned a lot. Yup, I learned a lot. They said, yup, that's what they say. The Muslim men, they usually have 4 here. They say the limit is usually 4. They can't handle more than 4. Because they gotta take care of all them people. And them kids. So you ain't no passport granny. I sure ain't. I don't want no little boy. I like an experienced man. I'm just saying. These little kids, no little kids. Yes, they are the best of friends. They get along very well. I was really impressed by that. Like, I've never seen anything like that before. Like in real life. You see things on TV and you hear stories, but when you actually come here and you see how they interact and you see how it's unbelievable. It's almost unreal. Because the way African women act, they don't act that same way. I'm telling you, African women ain't like that. They share, but if they share, they got to be made to share. They don't always be happy about it. Believe me, they don't, because they face be looking. They don't be looking happy. Now the Arab ones do, but the African ones, they be looking pissed off, and I know why. I don't blame them. There's something about, yeah, yeah. The African women, they don't be looking happy. That's right, sis. That's right. Yep. It's a few African women that I guess they used to. I think the older ones, I would say maybe the older ones are okay with it. They friends with each other. They more friendly with each other. I ain't gonna say friends, but friendly with each other. But the younger ones, I would say maybe 30 and under, because it's more, modern, younger. They don't be looking happy. I be seeing their face, because I look at their face. I want to know, like, how you deal with this. They be looking upset. They look upset. So, yeah. So that's the life, though. That's I think it's a continental thing, maybe the polygyny thing. You got a lot of American men be coming here starting to do that too. They be leaving America, they be coming here, and they be saying for better, for worse. With one woman in the States, they get here in Tanzania, and now they want 15 wives. They want maybe not 15, but they be wanting more than one. You know, they do. I know quite a few that have done that. Family, they come here with a wife, and then they come here. They be saying now they be changing, talking about they want another wife, and the sisters with them ain't going for it. They be like, we said vows. That went in the vows. I think maybe some of them deal with it. I don't know. They be changing though. They change. They get here. They see these men with these women, and they see these women. They be wanting more than one wife. Yep, they want more than one wife. So. Yeah, it is crazy, Kiki. It's crazy. They be one. They come. They be some of them. It's been quite a. I'm gonna tell the truth. It's been quite a good amount of American couples that came here, family that broke up here. They broke up here because the men be getting here and they be wanting another wife, and the women be like, I ain't going for it. And so they be breaking up. Some people have been together for like years. A couple have been together for a lot of years, and they broke up over something like, you done been together through thick and thin in the States, through race soldiers and mistreatment and all kind of stuff. You get here where it's peaceful and beautiful, and then you break up. Like, it has happened. It has happened over another woman, American friend Kwesi in the Gambia has multiple. Yeah, they get here and they change. Yeah, they be wanting a lot of them. They see them women. They built. They be having the bodies to the guys. Them bodies, black women got the nice figures and stuff. They have the figures and they come here, man. They see these women and the women and shoot. These women be serving these. Y'all, we can learn a lot from these women in the aspect of how they serve, the way they serve men, family. I'm a woman. I be in awe at how these women be serving these men, not the cheating thing, but just how when we go like to restaurants and stuff like that, and how at the restaurants how they be serving these men. I have to stare because they be serving these men like they the president of the country. They get served. They wash their hands. They bring the water to them to wash their hands. They wash before and after. They don't even do me like I be at the restaurant. I gotta go to the bathroom and wash my hands. I gotta go to the bathroom. I don't get no. Sometimes I do, but I don't get them to be bringing, when I order food, they wash their hands before they eat. They bring the hot water with the thing to the men to let the men wash their hands before and after they eat. I come in the restaurant, I be waiting. Don't nobody come over to me, and then I got to go to the bathroom and wash my hands, and then I'll be the one, tipping. We from the States, we the one be tipping. But I can't get that type of service, but the men, they get top-notch service here. They get top-notch service here. You're probably right, Wilson. Wilson Jean, you're probably right. You're probably right. They be serving these men, y'all. I was watching the other day. I went to this cafe, one of my favorite cafes. And so I ordered, and she took my order and everything. And the guys, so some Arab men came in, especially the Arab men. They cater to all men, but the Arab men, they came in there and everybody behind the counter was running to them, washing their hands. I'm like, is this one of the business owners? Who is this? He was getting top-notch service. I mean, he was at their beck and call. I said, whoa. But they do African men like that too. The women just serve the men. And we can learn. I mean, I don't have a problem with that. We can learn. But for me, I don't mind serving. If I'm going to serve, it's going to be my husband. It ain't going to just be every man. Like they serve every man like that. It don't only be there. These are people working at restaurants, serving men like that. This is just how they was raised, I guess, to, really serve men. And our men get here and they like that. That's why they like to be, these women be taking off the shoes and cooking your food. Some stuff, we a little nice nasty, some of us in the West, right? Some stuff we ain't gonna do. You know what I'm saying? As women in the West, right? Take your shoes muddy. Take them dirty shoes off. You know what I'm saying? But Tanzanian, well, I ain't gonna say all, but I know Tanzanian women, they gonna take your shoes. I don't care how muddy your shoes is. They might take your shoes outside and clean them for you. Yup. Us from the West, I ain't gonna say we gonna do, we might do that, but we might say, you gotta clean your shoes. Your shoes dirty. Your shoes muddy. Tanzanian women, they gonna wash your shoes. They gonna wash your clothes. They gonna clean your shoes. They gonna iron your clothes. They gonna cook your food. They do that. They serve them. They serve. Yep, they do. Do the American men want American women as second wives, or do they want? Yeah, they want the African women as a second wife, and they want the American woman as the first wife, because the American woman was already the wife, so you can't be second if you already married. So they'll come over here married, and then they want a second wife. I've seen it. I've seen it so much, and I'm like, I'm just like, yeah, I'd be speechless, y'all. I just be speechless. Yeah. So I have seen that, and yeah, it's sad. It's sad to me because the wife be feeling betrayed. The sister be feeling betrayed. You know what I mean? I be putting myself in our sister's shoes, because if that was me, I would be upset. I would be devastated. You know, it's not something that that they. It's a different culture over here. It's a different culture. When my son came, he stayed for 2 weeks. Everywhere we went, he got top-notch service. Better than me, and they respect the elders family. They respect the elders here. But everywhere he went, when we went out to eat, they was running to take his order. He went to the barbershop to get his hairline. He had women all around the chair while he was getting his haircut. I'm like, what in the world? I left him and came back. It was women surrounding the chair. I said, my goodness. And they was just talking and smiling, and they wanted to wash his hair, and they just wanted to touch him. I'm like, good gracious. Yeah, they was all around him. He was loving that attention. I was just looking at him. He was just grinning. I said, look at him just grinning. But he did tell me, Mama, I only need one wife. He said, I don't want more than one wife. That's what he told me in the States. I said, they have multiple wives here, Antonio. I just wanted to see what he was going to say. He said, Mama, I only want, he called me Mama. Mama, I only want one wife. That's what he told me, But he was smiling when we got over here. Everybody was just, he just got top-notch service everywhere we went, family. So I understand how that something like that can happen, because they just be catering to men. They really do. And that's a good thing, if that's your husband. But, they cater to every man. It ain't just the husband. No, I'm talking about Rockabye Baby. I'm talking about all men are catered to here. All men. All men are catered to, not just Muslim men. It's every man. This is a patriarchal society, and the men are they run everything. They're the leaders. They're the patriarchs. So they treat them almost like that they're like royalty, like kings almost. They, the only ones I haven't seen them really pamper like over the top are the younger ones. So the Gen Zs, they don't get the same service as the elder men. So I would say the middle age and up, they get like kingly priestly service. But the Gen Zs, they don't get that same type of service. They get respect, but they don't get that type of catering to. I don't know if it's because they around the same age and they be on the phones. They have a different relationship with the younger guys, but they still respect them and they still do everything for them. Like they cook, they wash their clothes, they do everything like that, like domestic stuff. So even the sisters, a lot of times the sisters at home when they're being raised, the sisters be doing it for the boys. So the sisters get a practice. The sisters, the young girls get practice with the brothers and with the fathers. The young girls get practice how to be a wife to a husband at home. So she practiced with her brother and she'll practice with her father. So at home, she washing dishes, she cooking, she cleaning the clothes for the brother and for the father. The mother is not doing as much because the daughter is like the dada for the family. The mother, if she's working, then the daughter is like the dada for the family. But she's practicing. So when she gets married if she gets married at a young age, they train them young. So by the time she's like 12 or 13, she can cook, she can clean, she can do a lot of domestic stuff. She can carry the thing on her head. They teach them at a young age how to carry the thing on their head. They'll start like a bowl. They say they start with like, when they little, they'll start with like a bowl and they put like a little water in it, some kind of bowl, and they walk around with that. And then as they get older, as they get better at it, then they carrying heavier stuff. By the time they get in high school, they can carry a lot on the head. So all that's learned at home as they're growing up. Yeah. Yep. They learn all that at home. Yeah. Our men like that. Our men love that because they're not used to that. The men in the West ain't used to that type of service. So when they come here like that, and that's with a lot of what you call that, developing countries. I think some of the ladies in Thailand and all these in China and all these different, I think not that China is developing, but some of these foreign countries, a lot of the women were raised like that. So they like really serve their men. And that's how they do. I mean, it's just how they was raised. And so they really do that. And so I see, in a way, I kind of see why some of the men in the West, they want to marry some of the women, not mistreat our sisters, but I mean, they want to marry some of the women outside of the US because of how they serve them. They really serve them. And for us, we look at it like maybe like a maid. We'll say, I'm not like no maid. We kind of look at it like that. But they was raised like that. So, and then, our men get here and I know that's right, Kiki. It's just for your husband. You do that for your husband. You don't do that for every man. But a lot of them, if they married, if they married, they probably at home anyway, right? They're not serving other men, but they are very subservient even to, like, if they have relatives over. So if a woman is married, right, to a husband, and his brother or his father and her brother, her father, if they all come over to the house and she's married and her husband is there, she's going to serve all of the men like that, like she served her husband. Everybody gonna be served like they're the president of some country or that they're royalty. She's gonna serve all of them like that. So this is what I'm saying. It's like a cultural thing in that all the men get treated, all the older men get treated like that, and her husband. So her husband and all the men get treated like that. I know in Zambia they do that. When I went to Zambia, when they serve their husbands, they get on their knee and they give the plate to the husband on one knee, and they give the plate to the husband. And yeah, they get on one knee and they give the plate to the husband. And for me, I felt like I could do that if that was my husband. I could do that. If I wouldn't feel no kind of way. If that's my husband, I wouldn't feel no kind of way. I wouldn't feel no kind of way doing that, giving my husband a pedicure. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't feel no kind of way because that's your husband. But that's what they do in Zambia. They get on the knee and they give him the food. They don't stand up. They don't stand over him like that. They get down beneath him, below him. Is it below him? They get down below him and they give him his food. I guess it's like a respect thing. Yeah. Yep. That's what they do. I seen it because being here in Tanzania, I went to Zambia and I stayed for 3 weeks. I went to Lusaka for 1 week, and then I went to Ndola and Solwezi. And Ndola and Solwezi is like outside of the city. Lusaka is the major city, but that's like kind of like more local. And that's when I saw them on the knees. When they serve their husband, they get on the knees. I was like, but you know what? We was guests and they served us like that too. So when they have guests, they serve the guests like that too. So they got on their knees. They got on their knees when they met us. So we came into the house and we sat down. And when they came to meet us, the ladies got on their knees to shake our hand. They even did that to us as visitors. And I was like, get up, get up. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. But that's what they do. That was their, that's their culture, If I treat the men to be made. Because if you are treating other men that way, you treat your husband. Exactly. Yeah, Kiki. Supposed to do that to their wife. She spent her time cooking. Exactly. Right. Wilson. Y'all, that's what they do. That's just it's their culture, and they don't see nothing wrong with it. We are just outsiders coming into their community and we just observing. I mean, I know for me, we weren't raised like that. So the things that you see in these different countries, it is their culture and how they was raised. It's not like you're going to be, unless you do it to your husband only, but it's not like you're going to be doing it. But you just see, I did, being in Africa, and I'm seeing the different, being in Zambia, I went there, then, Tanzania, I went to Ghana. So you see the different ways that the couples interact and how they eat together and just how the whole thing works, right? It's just a new culture that you learn. It's not that you're going to adopt it. They know you're not from there and they know you're not specifically going to do that, but you just see that it's, I observed that they get on their knee. Even when they, like I say, even when they met us, the woman of the house, she got on her knee to shake our hand. And I was like, get up. You don't have to do that. But it was okay. That's what we do. It's they feel like it's not like acceptable or like rude if they don't do that or something. It's the way that they greet you. So it's what they do. It's just, I just observed it. But yeah. So I've learned a lot being on the continent, y'all. I've learned so much about different cultures, about different, like how the relationship dynamics, the order of stuff. They got like an order of how things are done in different countries. I mean, I see the difference in Zambia versus Tanzania. Even though the Zambians and Tanzanians are similar in temperament, they have the same temperament. Like both of them are very like low key. They remind me of like introverts. You know how introverts are like real quiet, and both of them have the same temperaments, but they just do things differently. Even the markets look a lot alike. The markets look, and also in Zambia they speak more English, because in Zambia it's Christian. It's not Muslim. It's mainly Christian, and they really Western. They like Kenya. You know, Zambia is like Kenya. It's like really westernized. But they so they speak English, but their temperament, they have a very quiet. They talk so quiet. When you talk to them, you have to say, huh? Because we talk loud. When you talk to Tanzanians and Zambians, you be like, they be talking to you, and you like, huh? Huh? Because they be speaking so soft. They don't talk loud. I talk loud. I have to catch myself, but they talk real quiet. You barely hear what they're saying. And that's how the Zambians are too. Very quiet, very mild mannered. And I like that. I like that about them. Yeah. So, do you know some places in Africa? No, the municipal. Do you know some places in Africa the women should be well trained to how to please the men before getting married? If after the wedding the man is not satisfied, he will send her back to her parents. Yeah, it's some of their cultures, because that's just like the Bible. They live a lot of their lives like the Bible. Say what they so, Kiki. Say what they so. Say they so. Yeah, there are some cultures with it. Yeah, some of these tribes, like Bantu tribes, that's how, like in the Bible, if she ain't pleased with her, send her back to her father, and da 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 da. And they talk. It's like a parent. It's like because they do the dowry. They got to buy that lady, that dowry, you paying for her. And then if something happened, you ain't pleased or whatever, then y'all talking. It's a negotiation. You talking to her family, her parents, that she ain't acting right. She ain't whatever, whatever, whatever. They do that. They still do that in a way. I don't know about the giving back, but that's might be a possibility. But they do how like the Bible talks about, if a woman this and she not pleasing to the man, and they do stuff like they talk to the parent. The husband can go to her parents and say A, B, C, and D. She not da 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 da, and they all sitting down talking. So it's different. It's a whole different relationship dynamic from what we used to. Say what ain't so, Kiki. Back to they can do that. Yeah, if she don't please him, if she ain't acting right, if she's not listening to him, or so, because also it keeps him from putting his hands on her too. If she ain't doing what she's supposed to do, all of them ain't gonna do that. So he'll probably want to go if she ain't listening to him, he'll probably go try to talk to her parents and say, talk to her. She's not listening, blah 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 blah. Then they talk to her. You need to blah 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 blah, or whatever. If she ain't listening, I mean, it's like a what you call that? A negotiating type of thing. It's different. It's totally different from what the West does. How we do things in the West, totally different. Yep. So I'm learning that, and I'm listening to that, and I'm like, when I hear stuff like that, y'all, it makes me say, ain't no way in the world I could be with no African man unless he lived in the West. Unless he lived in the West and he used to how we living, that's the only way. But if they never been to the West, nope. The culture is just too different to me. But some people like the difference. Some like women from the States, they like the difference. They like that, whatever. Yup. Serving on the knee. Oh, serving on the knees. Yeah. When I saw that, I was like, wow. I was like, wow. But, and you know, also, when you see them doing that, y'all, for the sisters, when you see the women catering to the men like that, I ain't gonna say I feel like some of the men, I say this, okay, I say this. I feel like some of our men be looking at us like we ungrateful. They be looking at us uh like, you know, almost like we entitled, that we entitled just because we don't do that. And just because they do that, but they was raised like that. We wasn't raised like that. They start to look at it like, you know, oh, she, you know, I gotta cook sometime, and I gotta do this sometime. You know, spending money, paying bills, that's normal. But other stuff, you know, they see these women doing this, and then they looking at some of us like we ungrateful. You know, you ungrateful. You know, I do A, B, C, and D, and you ungrateful because these women, look how these women serving. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that have something to do with sometimes with the relationships, because in the West it ain't like that. So when you come to these countries where you see the women doing that, sometimes the men be seeing that and they be feeling some kind of way, like they, you know, they are great, they humble. That's what it is. They humble. They doing this, they humble. But you know, our women, they ain't humble because we ain't doing that, but we ain't been raised to do that. That's the thing. You can't compare us to you can't compare us to people who've been raised like that, and we never been raised like that. And then when you start seeing that a lot and you get here, you start living here and you start seeing these women serving, and then you got a woman that's doing the normal stuff she been doing. Not that she ain't serving you, but you feeling some kind of way. Oh, you ungrateful. I pay the bills. I do this. The men, I'm saying, they saying, oh, I'm just giving a scenario that I'm thinking. I'm paying all these bills and you ain't serving me. Look how they serve. Look how they serve. You ain't doing that. So you ungrateful for what I'm doing for you. You ungrateful for me paying the bills because you ain't serving me like they serving me. They would be more grateful to me because of how they serve. So I don't mind paying all these bills because they serving me. But you're ungrateful because you're not serving me how they are serving. That's why I think they be, when they get here and they see that, they be feeling some kind of way. That might have something to do with it too. But we ain't been raised like that. And you can't compare us to other people from a whole nother place. And it's not that we are ungrateful. We are grateful, but we show it differently. We show love and appreciation differently. And it's not it's just different. It's just different. I look at it's different. We can't, make it seem like we bad, or we not nice, or we not, whatever, because you're comparing us to other people in a different culture who was raised a certain way that we weren't raised in. So we're not going to be the same. Spend the whole day working hard and the woman sitting down when the man return home, there is no food to eat. Wilson, I know. And that's probably a part of why some of them, when they come here and they see that, they do what they do. Maybe. Maybe. I just know when I know they got to be thinking that, because I be thinking that too. When I see how the women be serving, I just be in awe, y'all. I just be staring like sometimes it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. The culture shock. The reason I had to block him eventually. The daughter he was born and or raised. Yeah, it's different. That is true too, Kiki. That is true. That is true. That's very true. That's very true, Kiki. But you know what? Even the African women and the local, I say the local women, even the local women serve the men who are not doing what, like you saying, they may not be doing what the African men doing, but they might not be doing a lot. They might be broke as a joke and not really doing much. They are still going to serve them, Kiki. They're going to get that service whether they are rich or not, whether they broke or not. So the men are looking at it like the same things I'm doing for you, if I'm paying the bills or I'm providing, the same thing I'm doing for you, if I do it for that person, I would feel like that person is more grateful because they're serving for what I'm doing. They're appreciating me for what I'm doing for them. But that don't mean that we're not appreciating, because we're not serving like that because we weren't raised. But see, it's a disconnect. It's a issue, because when they come here, it happens a lot. That's true, Kiki. Yeah, I believe that, Wilson. Since being here and I've been around the different, if you haven't been on a continent, or if you haven't been to a developing country to see how the women act, you won't really know as much. Or if you might think, oh, they act like a maid or whatever, right? No, look, but it's very humble. It's very humble. And the men don't look at it like that. They don't look at it like they're being a maid. They're not looking at it like that. We're looking at it like that. But the men aren't looking at it like they're like a maid. You know? They're looking at it like that's a good woman. She know how to serve her man. That's how they're looking at it. So I do say that we can learn a lot from them. I have said that, and I even feel like I am learning stuff from them. Even as an older woman, I'm just learning stuff from them. I'm watching them, and I'm learning stuff from them. Not that I'll be like them, but I'm learning, because they're very humble, and that's one thing I think that maybe is different from us than them, because they are very humble, and they are very humble, and I have to admit that they are a lot more humble than we are. And that don't make us bad or anything, but and it's a different environment, but they are a lot more humble. If they do something wrong, or if the man says something to them, they gonna say they sorry, even if they didn't do it. Even if they, if the man says something to them, they gonna just apologize. That's it. They ain't gonna be like, I didn't do that. That was you. They're not gonna say that. They just going to they just very humble. They just very humble. I think they don't like conflict either. That's another thing, is they don't like to be a problem. That's what they say, problem. It's a problem. They don't like to be a problem to their husbands or their men. So basically whatever he say, they are okay. So that's another thing. It's just different. It's different worlds. It's different worlds. Yeah, then that's one thing I can say about African women. You gotta have some money though. They'll leave. Some of them will leave you if you broke. I had a Tanzanian told me that, say, uh, if I ain't got no money, I can't get no woman. But when I say broke, I'm talking about our men. I'm talking about men from the West, not, because it's crazy, because a continental African woman will take a broke person from another country, but she don't want to take a broke man from her own country, because the broke in her country is different from the broke outside the country because of the value of the money. So if it's a brother from the West that's kind of broke, that come, here, don't have a lot, she would still cater to him and take him over a broke man that's here in Africa, a broke African man that lives on the continent. So that's kind of crazy. But yeah, they're still, the broke ones, they get catered to here too. They be feeling like kings. That's why they be getting that, some of them be getting that pride, trying to talk to their wife any old kind of way, talking smack, because they be feeling like they a king here in this patriarchal society. And they are, but all due respect, you got to give respect if you want to get respect. But see, on the continent, it's not like that. You don't have to give respect and you're going to get respect. So it's a different world, family. It's a different world. It's just a different world here, fam. It's a different world. I'm learning a lot, though. I'm learning a lot. I do want my husband to marry a continental African, though. He come here and find him a woman, because I know she gonna be able to take care of him. She gonna be able to feed him and wash his clothes, all that stuff. I ain't gonna have to be getting involved trying to help him out. Well, he could do his own stuff anyway, but I wouldn't mind him marrying somebody that wants to cater to him like that. It's okay. He gonna have to do something. He gonna have to, be a provider now. But I wouldn't mind him marrying a continental African woman. I'd rather him marry a continental African woman than one of them Mzungus in America, one of them white women, all them other different kind of women in the States, them, non-black women in the States that always going after the handsome men, the handsome brothers. I'd rather him come over here and get him an African woman so I can have an African grandchild. I don't want no half breed. I'm just saying, if I could choose, it's not my choice, it's his choice. But I've been trying to tell him, come over here and find your wife, because I do want an African grandchild. Every time I talk to my son, she half this and half that. I find a girlfriend, she half this and half that. I said, why can't she only just be 100% black? Why she gotta always be half this and half that, half this and half that? To write your book. Watching from LA. Peace, fan. I know I do need to write a book, don't I? That's right. He got that passport. Henry Ross watching from LA. You are welcome. Karibu. Y'all, I've been on this live for 4 hours, y'all. This is ridiculous, but my folks just jumped in here and I'm talking now. It's people. I still got 19 people watching. Everybody ain't talking, but yeah, I'm just sharing with y'all my experiences. I don't know how I got on that, y'all. My experiences, different cultures, what I'm learning. I've learned so much since living here for 5 years, y'all. I've learned 5 years next month. I've learned so much about relationships, about the food, about the culture, how they treat each other, how they take care of each other, and just a lot of stuff. Yes, I want my son. I keep telling them, come and get you a pretty African girl. Come get you a pretty African girl, and I can have some African grandkids here on the continent. Not in the U.S. I want them to be here. So I'm still working on them, y'all. But y'all know I don't know if y'all know, my son lives in Colorado. He lives in Denver. And ain't that many sisters there. So every time I turn around, half and half. I said, what is she, Tony? Half black and half Mexican, half black and half this, half black and half black and half Filipino. Everything is half and half. I'm like, yeah. So he need to come on over to the continent and find him an African woman. He ain't gonna have no problem. He just gotta have his We got to have his finances together. Like you got to have that together before he even think about that. We gonna have that together first. That's another reason why he didn't stay when he came, because he had a job and he was trying to, work and save money and do something for himself. He didn't want to try to come and live off of me and depend on me. So I get it. He a grown man. I get it. I get it. So, but yeah, fam. That's kind of my life over here in Tanzania. I've been learning a lot. It's been very interesting. I learned a lot when I was in Zambia, the culture and how they do things, and they, they eat together a lot. They share everything. I remember when I caught the bus. I'm gonna tell y'all this story. I caught the bus, right? I caught the bus from Tanzania to Zambia. Y'all, that was like a 30-hour ride on the bus. And when I did it, I didn't speak Swahili that well when I first. Did I speak well? Well, okay, I did speak pretty decent Swahili. But when I caught the bus from Arusha, so I went to Kenya, right? And then I flew to Arusha, went to Kenya, and then my first bus ride, I rode from Arusha to Dar. And that's a 10-hour bus ride. Now, when I rode that bus, I could hardly speak any Swahili. When I got on that bus, I think I was the only foreigner on there. I don't know. Everybody looked, I don't know. I feel like I was. But everybody was speaking Swahili. And I didn't hardly know what nobody was saying. And whenever we stopped, I didn't even know the back. I mean, is this a bathroom stop? I didn't know nothing. I had to just follow everybody. I followed the women. So whenever the women got off, some stops they didn't get off, and I didn't get off. But then when I saw all the women getting off, I just followed them to the bathroom. That's how I was able to know, can I go to the bathroom on this stop? Because I couldn't speak. And I didn't want nobody to know. I didn't want them to know that I was not from Africa. I didn't want nobody to know that I was from. I didn't want him to hear me speak English, because I was on a bus filled with Africans traveling 10 hours. And I didn't want to because if they hear you speak English in an environment where everybody be turning around looking at you. And I didn't want everybody to be looking at me. So I didn't speak. I had my head covered. So they didn't know that I wasn't, because I look like some tribes here. They didn't know I wasn't Tanzanian. So I just followed them everywhere. And they didn't even know. Everybody, when they try to speak to me in Swahili, I just say mambo, and I ain't say nothing else. I didn't say nothing. If they try to talk to me, I ain't say nothing. Because I didn't know hardly any Swahili. And but I didn't feel scared. I didn't feel afraid. In the West, I couldn't do that because I would feel like it's a sundown town. But in Tanzania, I didn't feel afraid or anything. I was more nervous about the bathroom situation, because they don't stop for the bathroom that much. And so you got to go when they stop, or you might miss it. And then you got to hold it. See, the men can stop and go in the bush, but you got to wait. So, but I learned a lot riding on the bus. Like, they not scared to touch each other like our men in the West. Our men in the West, I don't know why they act like that, because it's a lot of down low men and gay. But a lot of our men are homophobic. But on the continent, they don't act like that. So they'll sit next to each other. They'll sit on a motorcycle with each other. On the bus, they can sit leg to leg. The legs will be touching. And they not homophobic. So they're not like scared to touch each other. The men are not scared to touch each other. And that was different for me to see. Men sitting like close to each other and eating together. They was doing that on the bus. And so I just learned a lot. I'm like, wow, the culture is so different. But I think it changed me a lot for the best. Can African ladies choose to stay? No. I don't really know many. Well, I think I know one. Most of them, no, they don't. They not raised like that. The only ones that might do that is if they lived in the West and they've been around like us, Western people, and they know that they have kind of like a choice. But most of them are raised to be wives, so it's not a choice. It's not something that they don't want. It's not something that they don't want. They all want to be married. They all want to be wives, because how you think they're gonna leave mom and daddy house? They can only leave mom and daddy house until a man marry them. So they're gonna stay with the parents forever? Because they don't live by themselves. They don't do like we do. Go to college, find your own place, and live on your own. They don't do that. They'll stay at home, and then they marry a husband to take care of them. My Tanzanian accent. Let's see. I'll say I don't know what. So for when I'm out and about, if I speak, okay, so a Tanzanian accent would be like if I'm talking to a Tanzanian in English, because they don't always understand like American English, right? They understand the UK English. They're getting better now since we've been here, but sometimes they don't understand our accent. So when you talk to them, it's like I'm trying to think of what. So when they for transportation, for example, right? I would think you have one by. I do have one. If I'm talking to them, like I'll say, Kaka, brother, I need to go to. I have to talk like I need to go to shoppers, or like I wouldn't say that in English. I say, I need to go to shoppers, but for them, I would say, Kaka, I need to go to shoppers tomorrow, or um, no, like if I don't like something, and they'll ask me, and I said, no, I don't like. So just stuff like that. I have to speak a different way to them for them to understand. So different stuff like that. Usually I'm speaking in Swahili, but if I speak English, then I'll have to pronounce it differently. So it's kind of like I just said, No, I have to say, Kaka. No, I don't really use sentences when I speak to them in English. I just say words, because if I use a sentence, they won't understand what I'm saying. If I try to make it like a complete sentence, they won't understand all the time. So I have to say the words like, do you want like if I ask them to take me to the store tomorrow, and they'll say, they'll say, if I say, can you take me to the store tomorrow? They may not understand. So I have to say, shoppers keshu tomorrow. Shoppers keshu asubuhi in the morning. So the grocery store tomorrow in the morning. So I have to say words like that. I can't just say a whole sentence. They won't understand. So you have to break the words up and say what you want. So if I incorporate Swahili with English, that the African English. So basically I'm saying the words that they will understand in English, and I'm speaking Swahili together. So I'll mix the two. If it's a person that don't understand English, then I'll just speak Swahili words to that person. So I'll usually ask, do you speak English? And if they say no, or then someone will say yes. If they say yes, then I'll speak Swahili and English. If they say no, then I'll just have to speak Swahili. So I usually ask them. Or sometimes if it's a driver and I request a ride, they see my picture, they see where I'm from, then they'll come up and just say hi. They'll start speaking English to me. and then I know they can speak English. But if I say mambo and they say hi, they speak English. So it's a way that we kind of let each other know that we can understand each other. I would think you have them by now. Oh, okay, I thought it was more difficult to pronounce. It's not really difficult to pronounce. Doesn't follow traditions. He works but helps with choice. Yeah, Nigerians and Ghanaians, they can kind of break out that. Actually, a lot of the continental Africans that live outside of Africa, they don't always go by like the traditional stuff. They've been living in the West. That's why I said someone who's lived in the West, they're used to and accustomed to us and how we are and helping and all that. So they're different. But that's why I said it has to be, if I talk to somebody from the continent, it has to be somebody who lived outside of Africa or that's international, that travels, so they understand how we live. So they know the dynamic is different. So, they don't expect you to do all that other stuff. So, yeah. But, yeah, it's not hard to communicate. You just have to pronounce the words a little bit differently because, like I said, they know British. They learn British English. And a lot of the words that, like they say the boot for the trunk, the boot. And they say rubbish, we say garbage can, trash can. They say rubbish bin or rubbish for rubbish or whatever. They use a lot of like the British English. So that's something is good to know. So when you do speak, if you're trying to say something, you know that if kind of like I didn't know a lot of the British English, but I've been around long enough. And then I had a couple of ladies from Britain that I'm close with, Black Brits that I'm close with. And then I had me and another sister, she stayed with me, and I learned a lot from how they say things in English. So sometimes I'll use the British. I'll try to, if I say it in English and they don't understand it, then I'll say it in the British. I'll use the British word for it and they'll understand it. So you just start incorporating British English, African accent to your English, and Swahili. All three of those you're incorporating in your communication with locals here in Tanzania or on the continent to get them to understand what you're saying. And we have to speak slowly. We have to talk slower because we from America, a lot of times we speak too fast. We talk too fast. So you just have to slow your words down and slow down what you say. It's almost like you're gonna have to talk like like you talking to like maybe an autistic child or something, or just a child that's just learning, and you have to like speak for them to understand. You have to slow it down and just try to explain it. So you're using your Swahili, you're using your English, African English, and because how they speak English to you is how I speak to them. So they'll say, if they see me, they'll say hello instead of hello. So I say hello, and I say that because that's how they say hello. They usually say hello. They don't say hello. And I say hello, and they so whatever they say in English, if I hear, I'll speak the same. I'll just say it the same way they say it, just to make the communication easier. So little things like that you start adopting when you get here. And if you practice enough, it's no place that you can't go where you can't get them to understand what you are saying, especially Gen Z. Gen Z be online. Gen Z got social media. Gen Z pick up quickly. So Gen Z can kind of have an idea of what you're saying. Gen Z can listen to raps. The Gen Z guys, when they be picking me up in the Bajajis, they be listening to rap music, and sometimes they can understand because they listening to that music. They listen to how we pronounce the words, so sometimes they can understand what we're saying. So rap can be very it could be a learning rap can be a learning thing, but the bad rap, I mean the rap that's disrespectful rap, that's the only problem. Because then they start repeating some of the things that the rappers be saying with the N-word. One Gen Z called me the N-word one day. He didn't even know that it was a bad word. And he called me that. And I said, Kaka, I said, don't say that. I said, that's not a good word. And he was ashamed. He just got quiet. He was ashamed. But he said the N-word. I was in shock. I'm like, say what? I said, what did you say? He was scared to say it again because the way I said, what did you say? And I had to explain to him, I said, that's not a nice word. I said, don't call people that word. That's not a nice word. But it's all in the music. So they be repeating what's in the music. Like to come get settled there by the time I turn 40, preparing myself now and looking into Nairobi. No, I haven't visited Nairobi, but I heard it's the place to be. I heard Nairobi is the place to be. It's good for business, networking, and they say it's the tech hub. It's the tech hub on the continent. Nairobi is the tech hub, but shoot, Tanzania is behind them. Tanzania is not far behind being techs because there's a lot of young people coming up here. You know, University of Dar is putting out some really they got some good young people, smart, intelligent, young, tech savvy young people that's being raised up. Yes, our music is everywhere. I mean, I would have never thought that I would come to Tanzania and hear our music so much. When I be, it's mainly when they be picking us up to drive us around, the bajajis and the Ubers, the bajajis and the cars, the Uber cars. They be when they know it's us. Sometimes they turn the music on for us. They don't know we don't be want to hear it because they be listening to the rap and all that cussing and carrying on. But they know English through those raps. They learn. So if we talk to them, a lot of them never been to the States, and a lot of them never had a lot of experience with us until they meet us. But they listen to our music so they understand us, and they can even say the words. They can even speak to us. They can say hi. They can say bye. Like they learn words sometimes from music. So music is a very influential too if it's used right. But sometimes the guys be saying the disrespectful stuff in the music, calling the ladies names and stuff like that. Because they don't talk to their women. They don't disrespect the women. So when they're listening to music that's disrespecting women, it's a little, because you don't want them to start saying that to the women. And then the women probably ain't gonna know what it means. They might think it's cool. Oh, he's speaking English, and black people English from a black. They call us Black American. You Black American, they learn the English, but they saying something bad, and they think it's cool because we say it. So that's kind of the bad part, is they're picking up bad, disrespectful stuff. Just to repeat to other people who don't know what it means until you come from the States and you hear it and you like, what did you just say? That happened to me. So that's the only thing that we need to do better. We need to do better because we are looked at all around the world. Everybody be copying off of us. People be saying we don't have no culture, but everybody be copying off of us all around the world, y'all. And they follow us, they admire us, and they admire our songs and our musics and everything. But we got to do better. We got to do better. So, but when it's kind of funny because people be saying that Africans don't like us, but they be listening to our music over here. Some of them have never left Dar es Salaam. Some of them never left the country, And the only experience they get from us is through our music. And if you go to like their karaoke, and if you go to like some of their clubs and parties and stuff, yeah, they have a lot of the beats, the Afro beats. They have a lot of nice beats to their music. I like their music. But they're gonna always play some Black American music. They're gonna always play Black American music. Or whether it's Whitney Houston, Mariah Carey, even the older ones, Michael Jackson, and a lot of them never been outside the country, and a lot of them don't really know English. They just know the song. Like, they can sing the song in every word. They'll sing like a Michael Jackson song or Whitney Houston song, every word, but they don't know English, but they know the words in that song. So if they hear us speak, I think they learn from some of the songs, and then they hear us say the word, they understand what it means. They're very sharp and very bright. So I don't know why people say that they don't like us. I understand that some of them did have a hand in, selling us during the slavery. But the younger people, a lot of I would say maybe the older people, and even some of them didn't, it was their ancestors, right? But they admire us. They don't not like us. They admire us a lot. When we first got here in 2020, whenever somebody picked me up and they saw that I was from America, they would be they was treating us like we were celebrities. They was treating us like we were celebrities because they hadn't really seen us. We just started coming in 2020 to Tanzania in a big group. So it's only been 5 years that we really been in this country in a group. And they just love us. They was like, can I be your friend? Can I have your number? Like, they just wanted to be next to us. And I understand the money too, but it was like they just saw us like on the music, and they saw us on the TV, and they, everything about, entertainment. They know of us, sports, but they never was physically in our presence until we came in 2020, and they started being around us. And it's like they just was really clinging to us. They want to like hang with us. They want to invite us to hang out, and they just wanted to be around us. That's why I'm like, I don't know where y'all get that they don't like us. They really admire us. I know they do in Tanzania. They really admire us. We live in Iowa, so my sons have no racial sons, despite raising them to date only blacks. I am raising one that looks. I had to get DNA proof. I know. I'm a student studying computer aided design engineering. Oh, that's good. CEOJ 1203. I also hear a lot positive things about, Nairobi, yeah. The tech hub. Yeah, Nairobi is a tech hub, and they young. Everybody on the continent is like, majority of the people on the continent is like 30 and under. It's a young population. So they are future leaders. Africa's rising. Africa, the younger people when they start like running everything, they're gonna be so tech savvy, and why you think all these young people just inventing all this stuff? They just sharp. They sharp. And they say Kenya is tech, big tech savvy. A lot of people going there for networking and tech stuff. So yeah, Africa, Tanzania too. It's a lot of young people from the University of Dar. They putting out some smart young people, business savvy, professional women and men. Because I'm meeting them. Speak good English. Because when they go to college, they learn English. It's just when they don't go to certain schools, they don't learn English. And that's, more of the lower incomes because they don't have the money. But the college students, they learning that English. All right, y'all. So I'm gonna end this. Y'all been on this live for 4 hours. I got 17 people still in here. Anybody else have any questions before I get off this live? 4 hours, y'all. I've been talking to y'all for 4 hours. Y'all know what time it is here? It's 2:43 in the morning, y'all. 2:43. I've been up talking to y'all for 4 hours. Carissa Reed. I've been talking to y'all for 4 hours. And I would talk about everything. I'm just rattling along, talking about this, that. But to wrap it up, it's nice here, y'all. I love it here. I'm learning a lot. The Africans here, they like us. They actually admire us a lot. The foreigners here, they admire us. Like the Indians and the Arabs, even some of the white people. Everybody, it's crazy because it seems like outside of America, everybody really like us, and they admire us. But inside America, we treat it like the bottom of the bottom of somebody's shoe. But outside of 6:34 p.m. in Chicago, Chi-Town in the house. But inside of America, we treat it the low of the low. But outside of the U.S., we treat it nice. We treat it special. Like, I never got so much nice treatment from Arabs and Indians in my life. Even white people. When I go to this Italian restaurant, it's owned by like authentic Italians, right? And so nice. I mean, yeah, they could be fake, but that's not the point. We're treated with respect outside of US, even on the continent, and people in the States, they in America saying Africans don't like us, right? But it's crazy because we get more disrespect from everybody in America. The continental Africans in America, all the minorities, everybody, and the white people. Everybody treat us bad in America, but outside of the US, outside of other countries, everybody treat us like we're special. They treat us low key like we celebrities in a way. If they ain't staring at us, they want to come up and say hi. Everybody want to speak to us. Everybody want to ask us where we from. Everybody like our style. Everybody. I don't get that Africans don't like us in Africa. You get that more when you in the States because they be telling them that. But when you come to the continent where majority is, they treat us everywhere I've gone on the continent, I've been treated like so special, y'all. I wanted to cry one day because I was treated so good. I'm like, dang, my own family don't even treat me this good. That's why I'm like, I ain't going nowhere, y'all. The treatment we get here, I ain't going nowhere. I hate the way our image is being portrayed through American media. Yup, especially our women. Yup, being hyper. That's right. That's right. I hope Africa offers a more modest environment. It really does. It does. And they love us. They love us. When I tell them I'm from America, they say, where are you from? Because I be speaking, I tell y'all how I speak the African English, and I speak, Swahili, whatever. And that's how they ask me. They so direct, right? They'll be like if they see me how I look, or it's something about me that's different, they'll say, where are you from? That's how they ask me, y'all. You hear how I was just saying it? Where are you from? And I'll be like, where do you think I'm from? And then they'll say, Southern Africa. They always say Southern Africa. And I'm like, no, I'll say America. They call it America. America. I'll say, yes, I'm from America. And they say, oh, Black America. Black American. That's the first thing. Oh, Black American. I'm like, yeah. Some of them might say, they be messing with me. They be like, oh, Mzungu. I'm like, no, I'm not Mzungu. That's what I be saying. I'm like, no. And they start laughing. I say, no, I'm not Mzungu. No, I'm African. I'm not Mzungu. Mzungu is white person. But so they just be messing with me. They be laughing. They be like, oh, Mzungu? No, I'm not no Mzungu. I'm like, no, I'm African, just like you. I'm not Mzungu. I be mad, y'all. I be feeling some kind of way. I be feeling some kind of way. But I don't get that often, especially when I start speaking. When I speak Swahili, it's usually they think I'm from somewhere in Africa. If they don't think I'm from the Chaga tribe here, they'll say I'm from Southern Africa. They always say I'm from Southern Africa. And I'm like, well, maybe I am, because everybody thinks I'm from Southern Africa, because, I've got the accents mixed in together. So they always think, they never think America. Since I say the last 3 years, when people meet me, they never say, I say, what do you think? Where do you think I'm from? I say it just like they say it. Where are you from? Where do you think I'm from? And they say, Southern Africa, or they'll say, one guy said, Mozambique, and I'm like, okay, I never got that before. But they never say America. Never. They never think I'm from America until I tell them I'm Black American. And they say, oh, I love America. I want to go. I said, no, you don't want to go. Then we have a long conversation why they don't want to go. I've been talking to them for 5 years. Now they finally seeing it. You don't want to go. Yes, I want to go to America. No, you do not want to go. They're killing Black people. That's what I be telling them. They're killing Africans in America. They say, they be so shocked. They make that sound like I did. They say, I said, yeah, yes, they're unaliving. They're, killing African. And I'll show them some pictures of, some of the people that they unalive. They just be in shock, because it's usually Gen Z. And they just be like, when we first got here, they never knew nothing about that. And we will pull up pictures and show them. And they just be feeling so sad. They say, I'm so sorry. They'll say, Polly, they're sorry. They say, oh, Polly, I'm so sorry. They really feel bad when they see that. They say, oh, no. I say, yeah, it's bad. And then we have to tell them it's like really bad. So it's kind of changing the conversation about, I want to go to America. No, you don't. No, you don't. Now they see it. Because, U.S. is good with hiding the truth with the media. Just like they show us in a bad light, they try to show themselves like they so upstanding. But when we came out, we here to teach them the truth. That those people, they wicked. And you don't want to go because you might not make it back. I tell them, you might not make it back to your family. You think you're going to go make money? You might not even make it. You don't want to do that. Stay here with your family and work hard, build up your country. Now they started to have more of appreciation, because Magufuli was telling them that anyway. Before he passed, he was like, we got everything in this country. We don't have to be getting this and getting that from the West. Everything is here. We got the minerals. We make our own clothes. We got the cotton. We got this. We got that. We don't need the West. He was instilling that in them. And so now we're here and we're confirming you got everything here. Build up your country. Stay here and build up your country. Don't go over there. The people ain't going to treat you right. And you might not even make it. You might not even make it out. You go over there to work, you might not make it out alive. It's dangerous. Right. The U.S. has showed us the worst of Africa. It took us to have to come over here to see it for ourselves. And it took us to have to come over here to tell our own people that it's beautiful over here, that they don't hate you. I've never got that over here. Now, the most I might get is I did get a few attitudes, a lady. Some of the women, I get the little weird looks, but that's a woman thing. We get that with each other. So I don't think I'm getting it just because, I could be getting it from women, but I know it's a little bit of jealousy if get a bad look because somebody looking you up and down. That's kind of a lady thing. But for the most part, I get treated nice. I get treated better here than I ever got treated in the U.S. Ain't nobody calling me the N-word. Ain't nobody accusing me of stealing. Ain't nobody putting people before. Well, sometimes they take the men before the women, but that's more of a cultural thing. It's not a racial thing. It's not because, whatever. But I don't feel like that. But I'm not getting that disrespectful treatment that I was getting in the West. Actually, they treat us really good here, especially elder. They see my hair is gray. They treat me very special. They take my stuff. They carry my cart and my groceries, and they always want to take my stuff and always help me with bags. Everybody want to help me. They even let me walk across the street. Normally we have to run. They don't have lights on the street. It's dirt road sometimes. But if they see me walking and if I have my hair out, they will stop on both sides and let me walk. They only do that to elder people. I was shocked. I was like, they stopping for me? They'll never do this no other time. And it dawned on me, you don't have your hair covered today. I usually cover my hair when I'm walking outside, but sometimes I'll run out to the store and I don't have it covered. When I don't cover it, both sides of traffic will stop and let me walk. I'm like, okay, thank you. So they respect their elders a lot, and I like that. Collaborate from America to Africa and build business. Yeah, we do. And that's what I encourage in my consultation. I do business consultations, and I encourage our people in the West who want to come here and invest and do business to partner with locals in business, because you need them and they need you. We need each other. You got the resources. Hey, Fiona. Morning. Morning to you, sis. It's morning to me, I guess. Since it's 2:53 a.m. I've been on this live for 4 hours, sis. 4 hours. Talking about everything and anything. But I still got like 19 people listening, so I ain't doing nothing. I can sleep late, I ain't working or nothing like that, family. Look at Fiona. She said go to bed. I know, sis. I go to bed. I ain't doing nothing. I ain't working. I ain't worked a job in 4.5 years. I'm on my own time. I lay around all day, every day. But yeah, they show you a lot of respect. They treat you so good. Like I get treated. That's why I love. I think that's why I love this place so much, because they treat us special. Yes. Yes. They treat us special. And even the Arabs and the Indians, whenever I go to their stores, they be about to break their neck to help me. They hear me speak. So to that advantage, y'all, when I talk to the Arabs and the Indians, I don't put on the African accent. I speak my normal way. They be about to break their neck to help me. I be like, I go to the service desk if I need something and I can't find it. I be like, excuse me, do y'all have blah, blah, blah? They be about to break their neck to run and show me where it is. Oh, okay, come on, I'll show you where it is. I'm like, okay, thank you. Like, yeah, top-notch service on the continent of Africa. I don't know what people be talking about. They don't like us. We get top-notch service. They treat us good on the continent. We treat it good. Yeah, you get overcharged by the locals for stuff, but you got to know the money. You got to know the language. You got to know the culture. You got to know how to negotiate. You got to know to say no, walk away. Hey, I go to guy over there. Hey, how much you charging me? No. How much you charging me? No. How much you charging me? Yes, I'll take it. You got to know to negotiate like that, and then you get what you want, and you get a better price as you learn to negotiate. You learn the language, so you can juggle that part. But the treatment and the love I get and the appreciation I get from the continental Africans and from the Indians and Arabs in Tanzania, they treat me good. Even the white people, y'all. They be at that Italian. I go to that Italian restaurant all the time. I keep saying it. That's the only time I really deal with white people is when I go to the Italian restaurant. I love Italian food. So I go get pizza. I get the ravioli, fresh ravioli, and they got nice salads, and they got the nice, Italian food. And even the owner is Italian. He's from Italy. And he just be, is everything okay? Like super nice. Super nice. Sometimes they be staring, whatever. I think it's because everybody know Black Americans family. Every European group know us, even if they won't be around us. They know what we sound like. And they just be staring. And it's like everybody do that. It's like, I think it's like the Black people in America, everybody know us. Everybody know us. And I don't know if it's because of the international stuff and the entertainment and music and stuff. But every time we go somewhere, it's like people speaking another language. I don't know if they speak in Slavic. I know what Italian, Spanish, and German sound like. I don't know if it's Russian or Slavic they be speaking, but they speaking a language I ain't never heard before. But they be staring. I'm like, I don't even know where they from, but they know who we are. It's like everybody know who we are, y'all. Everybody know who we are, no matter where we go. So, but I get good treatment. I don't get no bad treatment. I don't get no Africans don't like us. I don't get that. Yeah. So I don't know where that's coming from. I understand about the slave trade and some of the, continentals. Some of them had a hand in it, but even the Ghanaian, the people in Ghana apologized. The president apologized and said they had a hand in it. So people do apologize. People, it's our ancestors, and even though they apologized, it was their ancestors, so they apologized for the ancestors. So, everybody, did dirt, whatever. But we over here, and I don't get any mistreatment. So I don't know about the Africans don't like us. I can't say that. I've been to Zambia. I spent time there, and they love us too. They love us in Zambia. They love us too much in Zambia, y'all. They be dressing like the guys they dress like the people in the States. The guys be wearing the hoodies and the sneakers, and the girls be wearing the jeans and the tanks. They dress just like in America and Zambia, especially in Lusaka. It's the main city. I thought I was in America when I went there. Even the stores, they sell same type of stuff that we have in the West. And I'm like, dang, they're a lot like our stuff. These people be looking up to us. I don't know where people think that they don't like us. So I don't know where that comes from. That's a lie. Yes, we global. That's right. So Africa is a place to be, but if you don't want to go to Africa, it's other places. It's Asia, countries, our sister, it's people going. My sister's in Panama. So just outside of the U.S. family, find a place. I feel comfortable here in Tanzania, but find a place where you feel comfortable and you're safe. Find a safe place. You don't want to be in a place where bombs might be dropping, or sleeper cells, or false flags, or all kind of ICE deportations. If it get to a point where they're trying to deport the prisoners in the U.S., they say they might start deporting prisoners to foreign countries. Ask them to send you to Rwanda. At least you be on the continent, and then you could talk to the people at the jail, and they might let you. They might let you out. Yeah, if the prisoners, if they start, if the POTUS, if Trump start trying to deport the felons and the prisoners, the black felons and the prisoners, tell them to send them to Rwanda and not to El Salvador, because El Salvador ain't gonna be good for black people. But go to Rwanda. And I know African jails ain't the best, but you can talk. You can talk to the brother. You can talk. They're your people. You can talk to them and let them know what happened. And hey, you never know how things might work. You might be living your best life in Rwanda somewhere. Yeah, so I know, Fiona. Send me the. I know that's right. Shoot, South Africa ain't taking no. South Africa is not taking no immigrants. I think, and from the U.S., I think El Salvador and I think Rwanda agreed to take some immigrants, some illegal immigrants, or it ain't only illegal immigrants no more. They're deporting citizens from the U.S. And Trump did mention something about these criminals, and if they in jail for like a long time and they black and they in there for different things. If it's murder, then they may not send them off, or they may not get out. But if it's for like robbing or drugs, then they say they're gonna send them out. Is if they had over a certain amount of drugs and it's a felony, if they want to send them out, they have to say, send me to Rwanda. I don't want to go to El Salvador. It's a choice. Send those Latinos to El Salvador, where they people at, and send the Africans to Rwanda, where they people at, and let each people deal with them. I mean, that would be the best bet if they're going to ship some citizens outside of the U.S. That's why I left, because I don't have to worry about being shipped outside to where they want me to go. I'm already where I want to be outside of the US. So I don't have to worry about that. I'm muted. I'm muted. Am I muted? Can y'all hear me? Put 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Fiona said I have no sound and I'm muted. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me, fam. Oh, God.